hello. What's going on? So today, this morning, about a few hours ago, in Minneapolis, there was another shooting. Another shooting involving Border Patrol, ICE, DHS agents, right? Video has come out from multiple angles. We've had official statements from the DHS. We've had a statement from Tim Waltz. And while I think it's best to withhold judgment on what's happened until we can kind of collate all the info together and kind of get a better idea of what's actually happening, I do think it's useful and I do think it's worthwhile to show you all how I go about doing this. Like when I research things, when I try to figure out what exactly happened here. And so I figured out I'd go together with you guys, and as information comes in, we'll review it. And the information we got, we'll review that. We'll see what happened. And yeah, we'll check it out. I just want to be very, very clear that at least from the videos I've seen, I can't make a conclusive statement yet because it's all very unclear to me. But I have thoughts, I have opinions, obviously. But as more information comes out, let me say it this way. I implore you, do not rush to judgment yet. Do not try to do this thing where you take sides, right? I want to see what actually happened, what actually went down, and we could talk about it. I'm going to try my very best to be as unbiased as possible in reviewing this information. And always remember and always keep in mind that new information might come out that changes things, that changes what we think about the incident and how we should judge the incident, right? But look, I'm bearing, I know you guys are eager to get to the actual videos, but I just figured I'd let you guys know that that's my thoughts as we go. Okay. Where to start? Let's first begin with the initial video that I saw, and we'll kind of go through it and see what's happening. More video has come out since with different angles that we will also be watching, but this is the initial video I saw. I think it's helpful to go through it. It's not very long. Yeah, and we'll see how it goes. Let me see. I think I want to make sure we get as much into the actual screen as we can. I don't want to block you guys from seeing it, right? So let me move over a little bit. Let me move my little face over. Okay, that's good. Kind of disturbing footage. Just FYI, so just be aware. Let's go through it. Let's see what happened, okay?
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
Shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking?
Yep. They shoot him multiple times. They have him on the ground. There's a struggle of some sort. Really hard to tell from this angle exactly what's happening. And then someone fires. We're not sure who. And they all back up and unload into the guy. Let's watch that bit again.
Oh shit! What the?
Let's go.
Oh shit!
Yeah, there's the first shot. And again, I cannot tell from this angle who is fired.
shit. What the fuck?
They fire 2 or 3 more shots in quick succession, and then back up, and you can hear 5 more
Kill that
shots.
guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again. Are you fucking kidding me? That guy's dead. Yo, we need.
Again, from this angle, with this footage, it's really hard to tell who fired the first shot, or what was happening. But as you can tell from the before footage, there is a struggle.
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
They're wrestling the guy on the ground. They're pushing him to the ground. There's about 4 or 5 of them there. They seem to have him under control for the most part. They're punching him in the face. And then someone shoots. He kind of gets up a little bit, and then someone shoots. I don't know if it's him. I don't know if it's them.
Holy shit.
And they just unload. I think it's, again, we don't know what led up to this. There's other footage we're going to get to. But this is the initial footage I wanted you guys to see. This is what I saw first. This is what I looked at, right? There's other angles we're going to get to, Mantis Price. We're going to see all the angles. There's multiple bits of footage here. Yeah. It's brutal. And I want to be clear, even before they shoot the guy, okay? Even before they shoot the guy, they're beating on him, right? They're not going gentle. Again, we're going to watch what led up to this. We have some footage of that, right? That we're going to watch. But ask yourself if any of that justifies what happened. But let's look at some of the other footage here. Here is some footage taken from a car. It's very short. It's a passerby that is watching the altercation begin, okay? So that's the man right there. I'll show you guys on the screen here. This is a man right there that gets shot, okay? It's this guy. You see an ICE officer is approaching him. He has a camera in his hand, okay? And he's recording them. You see other ICE agents coming up.
Unroll your windows. No, you're just spraying inside.
See, that's him again. This guy is putting his hands on him. I don't know what they're saying. You can't hear. But there's other ICE agents. There's other observers, protesters, passerbys also, right? But this is what's going on. They're pushing him back. Pushing him back to the sidewalk, it looks like. He's still got his camera.
Let's go around.
And that's all we see from that angle. So it looks like he was recording them. For whatever reason, they decide to come up to him. They start pushing him back. Whether to get him off the street, whether to get him on the sidewalk, I can't tell. I don't know what is being said between them. But it doesn't seem like he was threatening the officers from that angle. But again, I can't hear what he's saying, right? So again, we got to keep these things. We can see what we see, right? It doesn't help to speculate too much. Okay, so that's another angle. So we can kind of see what's going on, right? He has his phone in his hand, yes. Here is the angle from the other side that just dropped. It's a little bit of a longer one, and we're going to go through it, okay? I'm pretty is that the guy? I'm not actually sure, so just keep in mind. I think that's the guy. I could be wrong. No, maybe. Hard to say.
Go. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, they got the guy. They're pushing him back. There's a struggle of some sort. I'm not sure. There's pepper spraying them.
The fuck, people! The fuck is wrong with you?
They're holding him on the ground. They're beating him. Someone fires. Okay. So I think this is just another passerby. I'm not sure. I don't know if you guys know, but it seems like they get pepper sprayed in the face. There's some sort of altercation going on around them, but they got this guy. They put him down. They punch him in the face. And there's a shot fired. I can't tell from this angle who fired. Can you guys? They shoot. They're screaming. They all back up.
What the fuck did you just do? What the fuck did you just do? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god.
It's pretty brutal.
Oh my god. 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 The fuck did you just do?
So if we go back in the footage, we can kind of see how it begins. He's recording, as you can see here. They seem to be recording ICE operations. You guys can't see where my hand's pointing. Sorry. Yeah, he's watching them. Something's going on. Not sure what's up there, but he seems to be watching them. He's in the street. He's backing up. You can tell by the shadow, right? He's trying to direct some traffic. He's trying to direct traffic around him. Okay.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
And then there's the fight. Like, he's getting pepper sprayed. This lady is there too. I don't know. He looks like he's trying to help her up. And then they grab him and they beat the shit out of him. They put him on the ground. And they're just beating the shit out of him. And yep, with it looks like, I don't know, gas, one of the pepper spray canister, and then they shoot him. A lot, huh? It has been confirmed that he did die. They have released a statement that he did die. I do think it's helpful to read. This is from the DHS Gov account. This is what they say happened. Okay, we're gonna look at what they claim happened here. Let me get it big so you guys can see. Okay. At 9:05 a.m. Central Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, seen here, and they provide a picture. Okay, this thing. The officer attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives and the safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines and no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. 200 rioters arrived on the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement on the scene. Crowd control measures were deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. The situation is evolving, and more information is forthcoming. We saw the video together, gang. We watched it together, okay? We watched it from different angles. We saw, it several times. We went back and forth and things like that. My question to you, dear viewer, is the DHS statement accurate? Are they accurately describing what just occurred and what just happened? Did he approach the U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun? Was that an accurate description of what you saw? We can watch it again if you need. In fact, let's do that. Let's watch it again. Make sure. Okay. Let's see if he's approaching them with a 9mm handgun. Let's see if that's an accurate description. So doesn't look like it. Does that look like a handgun to you? Does this look like a handgun to anyone?
Go. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Do you see a handgun in this guy's hand at all? Hard to tell. Pepper spraying.
The fuck, people! The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly!
And there we are. So ask again, dear viewer. When we look at the Homeland Security's account, right? If we look at there, again, says an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm the subject, but the armed suspect violently resisted. Is that an accurate description of what happened? What we just saw? Morally Neutral says, just because we don't see a gun doesn't mean he isn't carrying one. We don't know. It's true. But would it be a honest, if you were looking to give the public an honest picture of what happened, would you describe that situation as him approaching officers with a handgun? When I hear that description of what happened, I assume, and I infer from the description, that he has his handgun out, that he is approaching, leading with the handgun. It's obvious that that's not the case. That did not happen. So just there, DHS, at least in my opinion, based on the video evidence that we have just seen, is being dishonest. Now keep in mind, they are putting out these statements before any investigation has been done, which in and of itself is highly irresponsible. It's grossly irresponsible. And to be clear, I think anyone who's coming out with like, this is open and shut case either way right now, before we have all the information, highly irresponsible as well. But I hold the government to higher standards than normies online, okay? And the fact that DHS is putting out statements where it's implying that this guy was rushing at them with a loaded weapon, ready to go, pointing it at them, that just doesn't seem to be what happened to me. Also, let's go back to the thing here. The description of the suspect also had 2 magazines and no ID. This looks like a situation where the individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Did you, any of you, get that impression from that video? Any of the angles? Parallax says DHS is clearly lying. That framing is so irresponsible. With that framing, I approach people with my dick. True. True. The suspect also had 2 magazines and no ID. This looks like a situation where the individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Again, this statement was put out when... Let's look. At 12:31 p.m. So about... And this is Eastern time, so it's about, an hour, 2 hours after the incident? Again, no investigation has been done or completed. They are priming the pump. What they are doing here is they are trying to start a narrative. They aren't looking for the truth here. They're not trying to educate the public. This is an obvious attempt to set a narrative. And from what we just watched, it doesn't seem like his intent, at least at first. Again, I don't know who fired the first shot. He may well have. I don't know, right? We're going to look at some more information to see whether that's likely or not, right? We have some more footage we're going to go through, right? I don't see that at all. I don't see that at all. Yeah, if you have other information, right? Like if you have more statements from official people, like I want to hear from Frey, the mayor. I want to hear if the White House has made any statements, if Kirsty Noem has made any statements. I haven't been able to find any, but they may have. I have a statement from Tim Waltz, and I guess we could read that real quick. It's really short. He says, I just spoke with the White House after another horrific shooting by federal agents this morning. Minnesota has had it. This is sickening. The president must end this operation. Pull the thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota now. Short, to the point. Okay, let's see. There's some more footage here. Give me a second, please. This is, okay, so this is admittedly, okay? This is admittedly analysis from another person, and they've slowed it down, and they're going to walk us through it. So, grain of salt, gang, on this footage. Grain of salt. But watch closely. I think it's worth at least going over. Okay? A friend of the stream, Adam Mockler here.
Span and toss it off to the side. If I pause it right here,
Hold on. Can I just restart this from the beginning? Hold on.
ICE shooting that just took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota, you can see that the ICE agents very intentionally removed the man's weapon from his waistband. And
Is there a way to rewind these? Instagram's so ass.
Toss it off to the side. If I pause it right here, you can see that the ICE agent took the man's weapon and is throwing it to the side. After they shoot this unarmed man and he's lying there on the ground motionless. Look, you can see his feet on the ground right there. They continue to dump bullets into his motionless body.
What the fuck?
I counted 5 shots when he was laying there motionless. These undertrained dipshit ICE agents. You slow down the footage of the ICE shooting that just took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota, you can see that the ICE agents very intentionally remove the man's weapon from his waistband and toss it off to the side. If I
It does look like he's removing something to me, and that does look like a weapon. This is before the shooting, though, to be clear. No one is shot yet. So if this is accurate, and again, please, 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 this footage is blurry. We cannot tell for certain, but it certainly looks like. This man just disarmed him. Okay? So if that is the case, he could not have been the one who shot first. Again, very, very, very blurry. Van Allen says Bovino was live. Send me what's it called? A DM. Give me a DM of the clip or whatever. We'll watch it. Give me a second. Let me click. Okay, here we got Dan Bovino.
I have the privilege and honor of leading United States Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection here in Minneapolis. Some of those brave men and women.
Okay, we're getting live from the Lollipop Guild. Bovino's coming to us live from the Lollipop Guild. We're going to hear what he has to say, okay?
Of Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security law enforcement join me here today to show support for all federal law enforcement who have been under constant attack in Minneapolis for weeks now. This morning was no different. At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license.
Are they going to recruit him for ICE? With that kind of background, they might. Let's hear.
During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
They're repeating the line. Okay? Remember, we just saw the video. You can decide if that's an accurate representation of what happened, dear viewer. I trust you.
The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted.
Again, we just saw it. I leave that to you, dear viewer, to decide for yourself. I trust you.
Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots.
Hello?
Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to...
Can you guys not hear this? Hold on, people are still... Hold on. You hear the video? Oh, is it just this side guy? Are you fucking with me? If you fuck with me, like... I can't turn it up anymore. It's up as loud as it can go. Okay, but you guys can hear the video? The video is literally silent. Stop. No, if you're fucking with me, I'm going to ban you. Can we hear the video or not? Like, it's paused now. You won't be able to hear anything. But I want you guys to hear the video. And if you can't hear the video, then I'll have to figure out what's going on with the audio. There is sound? Okay, great. Side guy, I'm going to put you on timeout. Don't fuck with me like that. 10 minutes. You get to sit in 10-minute timeout.
The subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Again, we saw the video. I'm going to let you, dear viewer, decide if this is an accurate representation of what you saw.
Then, about 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement. Crowd control measures have been deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. This situation is evolving, and more information is forthcoming. The officer was highly trained and had been serving as a Border Patrol agent for 8 years. The officer has extensive training as a range safety officer and less lethal officer. As mentioned, this is only the latest attack on law enforcement. Across the country, the men and women of DHS have been attacked, shot at, doxxed, had their family members threatened. And, as we have seen, more than 100 vehicle rammings over the past year against federal law enforcement. We will not allow violence against our law enforcement officers, and we need state and local help, state and local law enforcement, to help us coordinate to get violent criminals off the street. Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hare just a few minutes ago did the opposite of that by omitting the fact that the suspect had a gun and magazines full of ammunition. In what looks like a situation, again, where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Okay. That obviously isn't what we saw. I'm going to be real with you. That obviously is not true. None of the footage suggests that. And the fact that he didn't have ID on him, he's a U.S. citizen. He doesn't need ID. The fact that he had a gun on him, Second Amendment, baby. That's our right.
I want to reiterate what President Donald Trump, Secretary Kristi Noem, myself, Director Marcos Charles, and so many others have said time and again. If you obstruct a law enforcement officer or assault a law enforcement officer, you are in violation of the law and will be arrested. Our law enforcement officers take an oath to protect the public. We go to work every day to protect our friends, our neighbors, and our fellow citizens. The fact of the matter is that the law does not enforce itself. It takes men and women who are willing to risk their lives to enforce it. The men and women of CBP and ICE, law enforcement, are highly trained professionals who love this country and do this work because they want to leave their kids and their grandkids a country that's safe and secure. Questions?
All right. Can I add one question? First question, when did agents learn that he had a gun, and did he ever brandish that weapon at agents?
Allie, this situation, again, is evolving. This situation is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. This particular incident is being investigated just like we investigate other similar incidents like we've done over the past several years. It's in the hands of professionals. Those facts will come to light.
So a question on this is, if there is an ongoing investigation You seem to have made a conclusion. You seem to have put out statements, as we just heard, and as we saw on the DHS Gov website, a pretty conclusive statement about what happened. That a man approached the officers with a 9mm and intended to massacre them. Why are you putting out statements like these before the investigation has concluded? Dear viewer, dear viewer, it's because they're not trying to find the truth. They are putting together a narrative that they are going to push out and try to cement in the minds of MAGA and others in order so they'll just repeat it as truth. Let's keep listening. We only got like a minute to go with this, so.
Going on to the next question. So, did he have an additional gun, or was the gun moved from the scene? And I watched the video from start to finish of that woman who was wearing the red jacket.
I can't hear the questions either, guys. Sorry.
So, does the account come from the agents? Did they say that he pulled the gun before, during, after? When does the gun come out?
Again, this situation's evolving. This is under investigation. Those facts will come to light, but let's take a look at the gun. You can see the gun here on the screen there that individual possessed. It appears to be a semi-automatic, high-capacity type, possibly a Sig Sauer 9mm.
All right, no more questions. Sorry, no more questions, sir.
And that's it, gang. That's all she wrote for that one. One of the problems I'm having with all of this is how unprofessional these people are acting. Okay? And again, there are reports, and I want to show you guys these. There's reporting that says, and I'll just read it to you guys. The man shot by federal agents this morning has died. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara told the Minnesota Star Tribune. Several witnesses have already been transported to the Whipple building. ICE attempted to order local police from the scene, but O'Hara refused, sources said. O'Hara instructed his officers to preserve the scene. The BCA was en route to the scene. All available MPD officers have been called into work except dog watch overnight shift and days off canceled. Why is that standard? Maybe I'm just ignorant on law enforcement practices here. But is that standard procedure? Oh, thank you, by the way, Polar Knights, for the gift sub. I really appreciate you. Okay. Is that standard procedure to order local police from the scene? That I don't know. Does anyone know? Check my DMs. Okay. Let me look. Yeah, we saw this angle earlier, man. Stephen Miller has put out some statements. Okay. In the interest of full disclosure, we will see those statements. Let me get my camera up. A domestic terror. So Amy Klobuchar says, Donald Trump and all your lieutenants who ordered this ICE surge, watch the horrific video of the killing today. The world is watching. Thousands of citizens have stopped and harassed. Local police no longer able to do their work. Kids hiding. Schools closed. Get ICE out of Minnesota. And now. And Republicans in Congress, stop your silence and stop being complicit. Okay? Stephen Miller responds. A domestic terrorist tried to assassinate federal law enforcement. And this is your response? You and state's entire Democratic leadership team have been flaming the flames of it's his words, not mine, gang. Okay, of insurrection for the singular purpose of stopping the deportation of illegals who invaded the country. Is this an accurate description of what happened? Oh, are people giving me money on YouTube? I'm sorry, I missed it. Hold on. 20 Wick TV gift memberships. Thank you, Zonia. Thank you, Zonia. Zonia, you are a hero. Okay. Sorry, I'm lost in in watching these videos and seeing what people are saying. Again, we watch the videos. We can watch them again, and we will. But do you think that this is an accurate description of what just happened? This is Stephen Miller. He's again, right hand of Donald Trump here. Heavily involved. He calls the man that they killed a domestic terrorist and says that he was trying to assassinate federal law enforcement. Here again, Stephen Miller. A would-be assassin tried to murder federal law enforcement, and the official Democrat account sides with the terrorists. I'm getting really sick and tired of this Stephen Miller guy. Okay, gang? I don't like liars. I really don't. And someone just making shit up before an investigation has concluded, where we have video evidence that does not show what he says it is showing. Oh, makes me mad. Makes me angry. Okay. Sorry, gang. Let me look. We got another angle. We're going to watch the other angle. Thanks to Parallax for this angle. It's very short. But let's see what it says, okay? You guys ready? Okay, so they do throw something. You guys see that? Right there. They're throwing something away. What is that? It's got a handle? Is that a barrel? It's hard to say for 100% certain. But that looks like a gun, boys and girls. He hasn't been shot yet. Now he is. Is that, you think that's the cell phone? Maybe. It could be. What else are we looking for here, Parallax? Yeah, I don't know if that's a gun or a cell phone. I can't tell. Could be. It could be very well a cell phone because of the glare. Right? It could just be the lighting, right? It might be a cell phone. This is why we watch multiple times, gang. So what are we looking for here, Parallax? The gray sweatshirt had the gun when he turns. Okay. So we see gray sweatshirt guy. This guy. He has a gun right there. Okay. And then shots rang out. Yeah, it could be the mag too. So if that is the gun that we saw being taken in Adam Mockler's video, and we'll go back to the Adam Mockler video. Okay, it's a guy in the sweatshirt. We see the gun here.
Pause it right here. You can see that the ICE agent took the man's weapon and is throwing it to the side. After they shoot this unarmed man, and he's lying there on the ground motionless. Look, you can see his feet on the ground right there. They continue to dump bullets into his motionless body.
What the fuck?
I counted 5 shots when he was laying there motionless. These undertrained dipshit ICE agents. You slow down the footage of the ICE shooting
And
that
he
just
doesn't
took
have a
place
gun.
in Minneapolis, Minnesota. You can see that the
reaches
ICE
in.
agents very intentionally
He
remove the man's
grabs the
weapon
weapon.
from his waistband and toss it off to the side. If I pause
Again, this is a gray shirt guy. Let's look at this again. Gray shirt guy. He has a gun. And he clearly has a gun. And then the shots are fired. Waltz is speaking. Link me it. Link me it. Link me it. Give me it. I want to see. Link me the Waltz speaking. Someone link me it so we can watch. JD Vance has made a statement, and it looks like Donald Trump has as well. We're gonna look at that real quick. Here's JD Vance. When I visited Minnesota, what the ICE agents wanted more than anything was to work with local law enforcement so that situations on the ground didn't get out of hand. The local leadership in Minnesota has so far refused to answer those requests. Here is Donald Trump's statement. Can we make it bigger? If we can make it bigger. Hell yeah. Okay. This is a gunman's gun loaded with 2 additional full magazines and ready to go. What is that all about? Where are the local police? Why weren't they allowed to protect ICE officers? The mayor and the governor called them off? It is stated that many of these police were not allowed to do their job, that ICE had to protect themselves. Not an easy thing to do. Why does Ilhan Omar have $34 million in her account? And where are the tens of billions of dollars that have been stolen from the once great state of Minnesota? We are there because of massive monetary fraud with billions of dollars missing and illegal criminals that were allowed to infiltrate the state through the Democrats' open border policy. We want the money back, and we want it back now. Those fraudsters who stole the money are going to jail, where they belong. This is no different than a really big bank robbery. What the fuck? Much of what you're witnessing is a cover-up for this theft and fraud. The mayor and the governor are inciting insurrection with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. We just had a show on insurrection, gang. Did you guys check it out yesterday? It was fun. Instead, these sanctimonious political fools should be looking for the billions of dollars that has been stolen from the people of Minnesota and the United States of America. Let our ICE patriots do their job. 12,000 illegal alien criminals, many of them violent, have been arrested and taken out of Minnesota. If they were still there, you would see something far worse than you are witnessing today. And he has a picture of the gun. Rizius for 38HK says, glad to see the Second Amendment at work. So, most of that was nonsense. Just idle speculation and then whataboutism. Like, well, what about the fraud in Minnesota? Well, what about it? This has nothing to do with that. I appreciate the link to that from Erudite. Really appreciate you there. And again, if Waltz is speaking and you guys have the link, give it to me. Sorry again, give me 1 second. I'm just looking for more stuff. Okay. Again, there's going to be more videos, more angles that come out. Please, please, please resist coming to a certain conclusion right now. Okay? Please resist that. Van Allen says he sent me a bunch of stuff. Well, we saw the angle thing, and yeah, we went over some of this. Okay, I'm being linked. This is from NBC News. Oh, here it is. Okay. Here it is. Hold on, let me get the volume thing.
Takes to have people out there doing this. Thank God. Thank God.
Why can't we see
we
this?
have video? Because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people. It is nonsense and it's lies. So my confidence is this, Minnesotans. You know who you are, and you demonstrate it every single day, and we damn sure know who these people are.
Why isn't it showing
The
me this?
American public knows, and this needs to be the event that says enough. Go ahead. No, I'm up front.
Hold on, I'm going to try to get it so you guys can actually see Malls. Waltz, can you guys hear him? Can you guys hear him, at least? Can you hear him? You sent me the YouTube link? Shit, hold up. Did you send it to me on Discord? I'm not seeing it. Hold on. What's your Discord name? On Twitch? Okay, give me a second then. Give me a second, gang. Thank you. We're gonna watch it from here.
And we had to leave that scene because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those in the public and the safety of our teams. We were able to get there, but at that time we were not able to hold that scene to do a crime scene investigation. I can't talk any more about those details.
Handling the investigation then, if not
Okay.
either DH.
Prosecution of ICE agents and officials.
Okay, yeah, we have. It's really hard to hear him, so let's get back to the start here. Okay.
Short statement, then I'll turn it over to Department of Public Safety.
Jesus, why is this so low?
To update the situation, joined here by.
I can't hear it. I know you can't hear it. If I can't hear him, why the fuck is this so low, gang? Does anyone have a better source? We can absolutely hear it from here.
Safety, State Patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
Oh, I'm sorry this is scuffed, gang, but we're doing it live here. So.
Stage those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have. And as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for the folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
Governor, activated different than having them staged.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have, we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriff to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
Now deployed?
I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now, and I will also tell you that we are bringing more resources that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but right now we have all the resources to meet the requests that we have.
Governor Walz?
I would note on this one, too, that we'll be billing the federal government for the cost of the National Guard because they are incurring the costs that are falling on us by their reckless actions. Yes, sir.
The Star Tribune. You alluded to this earlier, but are you rejecting the narrative that has been presented by federal officials that this man, this 37-year-old citizen of Minneapolis, posed a threat to these agents? And do you reject any idea that he played some role with his weapon in leading to his death?
I'm rejecting the rush to judgment within 15 minutes of this, which they did last time. That's why you need to have a fair investigation. And that's why a video can show one thing, but what happened beforehand. But they already will slander this individual. They've already made this the case. And I will just say you will all start to see it, and some of you probably have. There's multiple angles of this. And I'll go back to what we talked about before. They're telling you not to trust your eyes and ears, not to trust the facts that you're seeing in front of them.
Walz is correct here. Just, I'll pause it real quick. Walz is correct here.
And I think they're reporting this.
Like the official DHS and not JD Vance, it's Stephen Miller and Bovino, their statements do not align with what we saw in the video. They are substantively different statements than what we saw in the video. So Walz, when he says that they're trying to tell you not to believe your lying eyes, is exactly correct here. Okay, Walz seems to be, at least to me, casting a lot of doubt on the official narrative from the U.S. government here on this. But let's keep listening.
This week has been spectacular across Minnesota. That there's not two sides to every story, but in this situation, what I'm saying is we need to have a fair investigation, understanding what's happening, and held accountable. We continue to hear, and we heard it from the vice president, that these folks can do whatever they want. They can have full immunity. And what I'm telling you is they will not. There will be justice to Minnesotans. Continue to gather the information. So I won't say where it is because I think it's irresponsible to make that judgment. But what I see with my eyes and what you're going to see with your eyes makes that pretty hard to believe. And I would imagine as a federal officer, they would have come out and sounded like these professionals sound and say, we need to gather the information, we need to gather all the facts, we need to put them forward, and then we can make some informed decision based on the fact. They've written the narrative already. And the audacity to critique the police chief of Minneapolis after what work that those heroic officers are trying to do, and to be critiqued by this guy, I mean, I don't know, I've said it a lot, but America, as you're listening, enough is enough. Enough is enough of this. End this. End this. And we see them moving to Maine. If you're in Boston, you're in Chicago, you're in Philly, you're in Miami, it doesn't matter. We can't live like
ICE is obviously escalating things. Obviously escalating things. These shootings, Renee Good, still be alive. This guy would still be alive if ICE wasn't in the area and Border Patrol wasn't in the area acting like that they are. Walz is just correct. You guys know my stance on this. ICE out, right? Get them out of there. They are not helping. They are hurting. And people are dead when they didn't have to be because of them. So let's keep going.
Like this. Our children are in trauma. A 5-year-old, you saw the picture, the bunny hat and the Spider-Man. These are not like some narrative to throw around, to parade around in some coat you had made and act like you're a tough guy or whatever. These are people's lives, and we have rule of law. So I'll let the investigation play itself out. We will do our best to find it, but I don't know, you kill a man and then you just leave your law enforcement, you just leave him. Is there a single case in American history where you just like walk away and say, I guess that just happened and we're not going to clean up our mess? I'm proud of Minnesotans. I'm proud of law enforcement here and our partners, and we'll get to the bottom of it. I think we have time for another one.
Brittany Erman with KSTV Channel 5. The ICE commander just said in a press conference within the hour that they're calling on state and local law enforcement to, quote, help coordinate to get violent criminals off the street. What's your response to that request?
I'm better off to let these guys, the professionals, I have my thoughts.
So the question was, what are we doing to assist federal law enforcement on getting violent criminals off the street, if I understand the question? State and local law enforcement are always ready and willing and able to arrest violent offenders. We do not stand down from that, no matter where we get that information from. If there are violent offenders or violent criminals or violent crimes, we will investigate and we'll bring those to justice. If the federal government would like to work with us, to continue to work with us as they have in the past, to locate those violent offenders, we are always open to those discussions and always willing to assist. We do not ignore that. We are ready and able, and we do that. All of you as part of the media hear us arresting violent offenders all the time. We have not stood down. That is our mission. The federal government is not alone in arresting violent offenders. State and local law enforcement does that every day at great risk to their life, at great risk to the community. We do it because we want a safe Minnesota, and the federal government is not the only one to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like they're done here. What do we think, gang? Thoughts on the Walls statement? What do you guys think? He seems, at least from what I was hearing, it was hard to hear, and sorry for the audio issues, but I don't know if they didn't balance it right or what, but it was really hard to hear what was being said at certain points. But from what I could tell, Walls was casting doubt on the official narrative. He was criticizing the Border Patrol ICE agents because of how they handled the after cleanup or whatever, the after shooting, what they did after the shooting and how they handled themselves. And he's highly critical of the way Border Patrol and ICE have been conducting themselves in his city and his state. That is what I gathered from his statement. Let's go back and let's watch the videos again. I think it's enough new people in here. It's good for a refresher. And we'll just go over it again. And because a lot of people have been asking me, oh, we want to see the videos. We want to see the videos again. And so I'm going to do that for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Let's bring up the first video I saw, and we'll go in that order, okay?
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
Here's the initial altercation. They're wrestling the man to the ground. They have him on the ground. They seem to be beating on him. The guy hits him a few times with a, looks like a pepper spray canister.
Holy shit! What the fuck?
And then shots are fired.
Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again! Are you fucking kidding me? That guy's dead. Yo, we need people on.
That's the first video. Again, from this video, it's hard to tell exactly what happened. There is a scuffle, an altercation. They pin the guy on the ground. They beat the guy. One man hits him several times with what looks to be a pepper spray canister of some sort, a gas canister. I can't really tell. And then someone fires a shot. A single shot is fired. Then they shoot a lot more and just back up and unload on this man. We have other videos. Other angles. Here is video from before the altercation from a passerby. And we can see it, and we can see what happens. Here's a man holding a phone. He is recording the ICE agents.
Things got buried.
The ICE agents approach him.
Yeah, unroll your windows.
They're talking. They seem to push the man back. They're pushing the man back.
Let's go around.
And that's what we see. In that, again, it's clear he does not have a gun out. He is holding a cell phone, and he is recording the ICE officers. The ICE officers approach him, and they begin putting hands on him, pushing him out of the way. Here is, from another angle, a longer video where we can see a little more. This is a man, I believe. He's got the cap and the coat. Here you can see he clearly has a cell phone. He seems to be directing traffic, getting traffic to go around. Here he is directing traffic some more. Then he approaches some sort of officers, right? He's approaching the situation where they're accosting this lady. There is a scuffle. The ICE officer pushes the shit out of this person. They pepper spray him. They're pepper spraying her. He looks like he's trying to help her up. It looks like. They put him on the ground. They have him on the ground. They're beating him. A shot is fired. More shots are fired. More shots are fired. We have other video. Slow down a little bit. Here's from Autumn Mockler, friend of the stream.
Right here, you can see that the ICE agent took the man's weapon and is throwing it to the side. After they shoot this unarmed man, and he's lying there on the ground motionless. Look, you can see his feet on the ground right there. They continue to dump bullets into his motionless body.
What the fuck?
I counted 5 shots when he was laying there motionless. These undertrained dipshit ICE agents. You slow down the footage of the ICE shooting.
You can see he doesn't have a gun in his hand. He's reaching in.
That just took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. You can see that the ICE agents very intentionally remove the man's weapon from
removes the gun
his waistband and toss it off to the side. If I pause it right here, you can see that the ICE agent took the man's weapon and is throwing it to the side. After they shoot this unarmed man, and he's lying there on the ground motionless. Look, you can see his feet on the ground right there. They continue to dump bullets into his motionless body.
What the fuck?
Again, not conclusive, but it does look like they disarmed the man before they shoot him. Again, we have other footage from a different angle. They're struggling on the ground. They throw his cell phone to the side. Gray shirt grabs his gun, and then they shoot. That's what it looks like to me. Again, we will have more information that comes out. We will have more videos that come out, more angles, more discussions, all these things. To remind people, this is what the official account of DHS has said about the incident. They describe it as this. At 9:05 a.m., As DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, seen here, which you can see right here. Again, as we can see, he had his phone out, not his gun. The officers attempted to disarm the subject, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines and no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. About 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement on the scene. Crowd control measures were deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. The situation is evolving and more information is forthcoming. Remember, this was posted about 3 hours ago, a little less. Okay. No investigation has been done. They are labeling the man, Stephen Miller labels the man in another tweet, a domestic terrorist. They claim that he was looking to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. They claim that he was approaching with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, which he may have had on him, and it's pretty clear that they disarmed him. They took a gun from him, and then they shot him. But again, the official account, and I just want to be very clear, and like, look, we don't rush to conclusions here, but we just saw what we saw. It's very fucking clear that that man did not approach law enforcement looking to assassinate them or do maximum damage. It's clear that the DHS official account is fucking lying to the American people. For the millionth time, I don't understand it. If they want the American public to trust them, why do they keep doing this? Why do they keep putting out statements before any investigation has been done where it's clearly contradicted by the video evidence that we have? Why do they continue to erode the trust of the public this way? No one should trust DHS at this point. Not a goddamn word they say. As Parallax earlier so aptly put it, like, that framing of that he approached the officers with a 9mm handgun, well, it would also be me saying something like, by that framing, it would be accurate to say I approached everyone I meet with my dick. Yes, technically my dick is on me, but it brings to mind a very different picture if I tell you that I approached that lady with my dick, right? Which is technically true, but it is meant to build a mental image that is not accurate. So when DHS officers say he approached them with a 9mm handgun, he may very well have had the 9mm handgun on his person, but it paints a very different picture than what we saw in the video where he is recording the ICE officers, directing traffic. He approaches them as they're talking to someone, right, some other person, and then there's a struggle ensues. It is unclear exactly what happens. They pin him to the ground. They beat him. It looks like, but this is not conclusive, it looks like they disarm him, and then they shoot him. Again, was he reaching for his gun? I didn't see it, but it's very hard to see. I am not making any claims on if this was justified or not. I am simply presenting you the evidence. So you, dear viewer, yes, you can decide. These are multiple angles. We've seen multiple statements. We've heard from Tim Waltz. We've heard from DHS. We've seen from Stephen Miller. We've seen the videos. What do you think, dear viewer? What do you think? Again, I implore you, more information will come out. There will be more that we learn and more that we see. Man, I'm just tired of this shit, frankly. I'm just very tired. We got another angle, apparently. It's 43 seconds long. Let's take a look-see. Give me 1 second. Let's see what they what this angle shows, okay? It's very far away. He gets pepper sprayed. They throw the cell phone. They got the gun. Fire. Let's watch again. It's clear there's some sort of altercation going on here. This is him. He's not involved in this altercation yet. I think this is him. Let's... Yeah, this is... They're pushing. He's getting sprayed. They're getting sprayed. They wrestle him to the ground. They smack him in the face. They throw his cell phone away. They got his gun. Damn. Why are they pushing these other people? I'm really curious. Like, what the fuck are, like, these people doing? They're just shoving people. They're just shoving them out of the way. What are they doing? They're just shoving these guys. This guy puts his hands up like this. There is some... He's trying to, like, help this lady up, as we can see from the other angle. And then the dog pile. And he's getting beaten the shit out of. It looks like both his hands are on the ground. They throw a cell phone. And then they shoot. Van Allen says it's 16 to 20 seconds in. You see him reach for his belt where the officer took his gun. Let's look. We can look. 16 to 20 seconds in. We'll check. Okay, we're going to start at 13. Okay. Or 14. I don't see him reach for his belt here. Do you see that? Let's try again. Let's look. Here's a guy. This is a guy, remember. Okay? This is a guy. He's being sprayed in the face right now at 14 seconds. Let's see. Does he reach for his belt? Look. Let's find out. It does. It looks like he's trying to rescue this lady or pull her out or help her up or something. I think it's a lady. I have no fucking clue. I don't see him reach for his belt. I'm sorry, I don't see it. Yeah, we have the other angle too. And where it's clear in the other angle he's helping this lady up or trying to drag her out of the way or something. Like, we had the other angle. We can see it from the other angle. Okay. She pushes. Here's where he gets sprayed. He has his hands up, remember? Okay, so watch. Let's watch. Let's watch. Yeah, he's not reaching in his pockets. He's reaching for her. It does look like he's got something. Hold on. Is he trying to put his cell phone back in his pocket? Yeah, he's putting his cell phone in his pocket. So he is putting some in his pocket. It looks like his cell phone. And he's trying to, like, because he wants both hands free to help her out. Or try to help her out. And he's using both hands on her. That's when he gets tackled.
With you? Honestly.
Testy Johnson, DM me information on who he is. If you have information on who he is, DM that to me, please. But yeah, it does look like he puts his cell phone into his pocket to because he wants to both hands free to kind of help this lady out or pull her up or drag her away because she's getting shoved and pepper sprayed and all these things. And then they pile on him. It looks like, but it's not clear, and I'm not 100% sure. It looks like they take his gun, okay, which we've seen several angles of this already, where they take his gun out of his pocket, okay. They throw his cell phone away. Looks like cell phone. They throw it to the side. They grab his gun, okay, and then they shoot him. Someone fires a shot, and then everyone starts shooting. That's what it looks like to me. He is a 37-year-old citizen, Alex Jeffrey Preddy. Send me sources on this, guys. Send me sources. Give me information. Yeah, I guess we're going to find out. I'm waiting for someone to DM me something on this guy. Okay, that's what I'm waiting on. I'm not ignoring you guys. So, okay, we have his name. Thank you, Zero Fox. Appreciate it. Okay, 37-year-old, this is from Newswire. They're pretty trustworthy. 37-year-old Alex Jeffrey Preddy, identified as man shot and killed in Minneapolis, Minnesota. He's got a nice beard. Looks like a nice enough guy. I don't know other information. Here's another link. Star Tribune has identified the man shot and killed by ICE agents Saturday as Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a 37-year-old Minneapolis resident and American citizen. Police Chief Brian O'Hara has confirmed he had a legal permit to carry, so he was carrying within the law. Okay? According to the sources that we have. This is just fucking tragic. This is fucking tragic. You sent me an article on him. Okay. He was an ICU nurse. Oh, that's what you sent me. That's the literal what it says. All it said, and I'll let you guys see, just so you know I'm not lying to you, right? All it says is, the Minneapolis protester fatally shot by federal officer was ICU nurse Alex Preddy, his parents say. This story will continue to be updated. Okay, cool. He's ICU nurse. He had a legal permit. Swallowbox, Bollocks. That's what we've been watching all these videos to try to find out. Swallowbox says, did he pull his pistol on them? It does not look like it in the videos. You do not see that happen in the videos. You do see, and this is non-conclusive. I want to be really clear. This is non-conclusive. You do see an agent reach in and pull a gun from what looks like where his looks like where his holster would be, right? Or where he'd be keeping it, his waistband. And then they go away, they take the gun away, they start running, they start booking it, and then someone fires a shot, and we're not sure who fires a shot. And then as soon as that happens, there's like a stunned pause for like a second. And then everybody unloads on this dude, and they just blow him away. 5-10 shots into him. The permit to carry is irrelevant. If he didn't have a permit to carry, it might be relevant. Dorito says he was not being arrested, you numbskulls. He was being tackled by several officers and subdued, then disarmed before being unnecessarily shot multiple times. Let's not be ignorant now. Again, it is not 100% clear from the video if he was actually disarmed, but it does look like he was. It does look like he was. The gray hoodie guy reaches in, grabs something, and it looks like a gun, and he starts running away. And yes, before any shots were fired, they were absolutely beating the shit out of him. Before any shots were fired. They're pushing these guys for whatever reason. There's some sort of altercation. This guy's like, hey, what are you doing? They spray the fuck out of him. He tried to help that lady up. They tackle him to the ground. They beat the shit out of him, as you can see here. This guy reaches in. He's fishing around for something. They throw his cell phone away. Fishing around for something. He grabs the gun. That looks like a gun to me. He runs away, and then they shoot. Damn. I'm sorry, gang. Like, it's hard to really have words for this. Why are they pushing those people? Why is ICE escalating like that? And remember, we have footage from a bunch of angles. This guy was recording. He was directing traffic. He did not seem to be a threat to these people. And they come up on him, and they're just pushing everyone. He tries to help the people up that ICE is pushing for whatever reason, and I have no idea why they're being pushed. We don't have evidence on that. I can't say whether they should have been pushed because they're threatening officers. I have no idea. So I'm not going to comment on that. But they're being pushed in very rough fashion. And then this guy tries to help them up. They swarm him. They tackle him to the ground. They beat him. It looks like, it's not conclusive, but it looks like they take his gun. And then someone shoots. And after that happens, all of them shoot. Now, it's very possible that was not his gun. It's possible. I don't know. It doesn't look like it looks like he's being disarmed. But that could be a trick of the light. Could be the angles are weird, right? It could be that he reached for his gun and we couldn't see it. Even though it looks like his hands are on the ground, it doesn't look like he reached for a gun. But for whatever reason, someone shot. Someone fired. I don't know who fired that first shot. And then everyone there's a stunned silence for like a second, and then they all just unload into the guy. That's what it looks like to me. But again, keep in mind, we're not making any 100% calls today because we don't have all the information. I'm showing you what I'm seeing. I'm showing you what is being said. I'm showing you what is being reported. I'm showing you the information. And you, dear viewer, will have to make decisions on your own. But I implore you, please do not decide for sure 100% right now, right? Get all the information you can and then make decisions. For me, and this is a personal opinion from what I have seen, which might change if more information comes out. It looks like this guy was recording. He was trying to help these guys that were being pushed, these other two individuals who were being pushed away by ICE agents. They start pushing this guy. He tries to help them up. There's a scuffle. He's put on the ground. He's pepper sprayed. He's beaten in the face. They take his camera. They throw it to the side. Someone reaches in. It looks like he grabs their gun, or they grab his gun. It looks like what they're doing. It looks like someone saw he had a gun. They took it away from him so they couldn't use it. And then we hear a shot. And then we hear more shots. And then he's dead. He's gone. It's it. Then we look at what DHS has to say about this. And Dan Bovino, I think is his first name. Bovino, I don't know his first name. Is it Dan? I think it's Dan. It might not be Dan. Then we say what Stephen Miller has to say about this. And what DHS says about this, and what Stephen Miller says about this, and what Bovino says about this, does not at all match what we see on the video. At all. It's not close. DHS implies, they don't imply. They say, and I'm going to quote you here. This is what they say. And we'll read it together one more time. The suspect also had 2 magazines and no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. That is not what that looks like. This is a lie. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, seen here. And they show it right here, right? This is intentionally misleading. Once again, it would be technically accurate to say that I approached that woman with my dick, but it would be a inaccurate picture of what actually happened. technically correct, but meant to imply something that didn't actually happen. And as we've seen from the multiple videos, the guy didn't have his gun out. The guy had his camera out. The guy was recording them. He got sprayed in the face, tackled, beaten, shot. Whether he reached for his gun or there was some justification for shooting, it does not look like it, but it could be. But regardless of whether it was or not, this is intentionally misleading. And this is a fucking lie. And I cannot tell you how much I feel that these motherfuckers continuously lie to the American public. They are tarnishing the reputation of the United States of America. They are taking it and dragging it through the mud with their lies. This was posted an hour after maybe 2 after the incident. An hour after the incident, right? No investigation has taken place yet. They have no idea the facts on the ground yet. We don't know. And they are making factually misleading and entirely inaccurate statements. As videos come out, it is more and more likely, right? Or again, more and more likely that what they said was just not true. Without public trust, it is impossible. It is impossible to have a force that serves the American interest. You have to have public trust. And the way DHS and Bovino have conducted themselves, not just in this incident, but especially in this incident, does nothing to further the building of public trust. You love my unbiased analysis. I'm not unbiased in this. I have my biases, but these biases are based on evidence. I am not making a conclusive statement on whether the shooting was justified. I do not know. What I do know is that DHS lied. Do you know how I know? Because I got eyes, bitch. I watched the video. I watched all the videos. We did it together, gang. Some of the videos we saw together. Jesus Christ. If you guys have evidence that he pulled his gun, show it to me and I'll show it on screen. But what you're doing right now isn't based on evidence or factual analysis. It's just not. You're just hoping beyond hope that this was justified because you are so devoted to the status quo, to Trump, that you cannot see what is right in front of your fucking eyes. They'll be like, oh, well, what if you made a bomb threat, right? What if he made a bomb threat? What if he said he was going to rape their kids? It's possible. It could have happened. We don't know. You have to give the government agents the benefit of the doubt and 100% charity. He was probably an evil ICE Watch Antifa guy. He was a terrorist. And guess what? Stephen Miller has specifically called him a domestic terrorist. Is he? None of the information we have suggests that. And yet here you are swallowing whole the boot. You're saying I'm unhinged? You're fucking retarded. You're a fucking retarded sycophant who would let Trump hold down your children and let all of ICE take turns on them. And you would justify it. That's who you are. That's what you would do. But you don't care about the truth. You don't care about analysis. You don't care about the information. You're just here to play for your team. That's all you are. That's all you'll ever be. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. We don't need you. You're making America a worse place. I am not an unbiased observer. Absolutely. Which is why you shouldn't take my word for it 100%. You should look for yourself. You should analysis for yourself. But all the analysis we have, all the video we have seen, it ain't looking good for ICE. And it is clear from the statement that they have not accurate, the DHS and Stephen Miller and Bovino are not accurately describing the scene. It is also clear that they ordered, again, from reports, this is what the police at the scene have said, that ICE tried to order them away. They tried to order them away from the scene, and we have reporting on that, and I will show you that right here. Here we go. Because I can back up every goddamn word I'm saying right now. I can show you. Okay? Several witnesses have already been transported to the Whipple building, and ICE attempted to order local police from the scene, but O'Hara refused. Goddamn hero, O'Hara, okay? Sources said. O'Hara instructed his officers to preserve the scene. Goddamn hero. Goddamn American patriot. Thank God for the police, okay? Standing up against these fucking thugs. The BCA was en route to the scene. All available MPD officers have been called into work, except dog watch, and days off canceled. I'm just tired of it. I'm just tired of fucking bootlickers. I'm just tired of fucking people who will swallow anything that the government says with no critical thought. It makes me angry. And you should be angry too. That your government is lying to you. It could be that this shoot is justified. But the fact that they lie about what we know makes it hard to ever believe them. That's just the truth, boys and girls. I'm just giving you the pure, unadulterated truth there. Does anyone have any more information? Does anyone have any more angles? Does anyone have any more reports? Does anyone have any more statements from officials? I want to see what Frey says. I haven't seen what Frey has said. I'm curious what he says. We watched a little bit of what Wall said. We saw the statement from Donald Trump. We saw a statement from J.D. Vance. We saw a statement from Stephen Miller. Damn, I don't know. You gotta DM me on Discord. You gotta DM me or DM one of my mods, and they can post links. I have links disabled for obvious reasons. So DM me on Discord. My Discord name is WickTV. You can send me a link. And yeah, I just can't see the links that you post. My Discord is, I'll give you guys my official Discord, but my personal Discord, WickTV, you can just DM me there. But I'll link you to my server if you guys want. Sorry, I'm just passionate, and I'm tired of this. This is unnecessary. This is all so fucking unnecessary. ICE doesn't need to be there. Border Patrol doesn't need to be there. They don't need to be anywhere near there in the numbers that they are, and they are escalating these situations. And we saw in the video, they're just brutalizing these people, pushing them, shoving them, and when the guy tries to help them up, pepper spraying them and then beating them in the face. $20 from Hell's Pacifist says, anyone trying to justify this incident is a worthless piece of trash, brainless bootlicker who should leave my country and go live somewhere authoritarian. Get out of America, you orange-coated traitors. Again, it could be that this shoot is justified we might have different information that comes out, but it's not looking like it. Crackle says that super chat is why Democrats will never be back in power. Bro, I got some news for you of what's going to happen in the midterms, brother. We can put some money on it if you're so certain. Okay, we got some more stuff. Gang, more stuff. Let's see what they have to say.
Okay, but Brendan, I'm just getting something handed to me, and the statement is from the Department of Homeland Security that it will investigate the fatal shooting of a 37-year-old protester in Minneapolis by its officers rather than the FBI. Two sources are telling that to MS Now. So they're going to be investigating that which they've already issued a summary about that happened. Earlier, we got from DHS the statement that an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The armed suspect violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safeties of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. So it would seem that it's a closed book. I mean, have they already figured out what happened from their perspective?
Yeah, it certainly sounds like they're trying to investigate something where they've already reached their own conclusion. You know,
that's the thing, and that's exactly correct. This is why, in normal times, police agencies, officials, they don't usually come out with strong statements on what actually happened and try to paint a narrative before they do the investigation. They wait. They say, there's an incident. This is what we know. A guy was shot. There was a struggle. We don't have any more information, and an investigation is ongoing. And we can't comment further. That's usually what people have said. Growing up, this is what I heard. Law enforcement agencies, federal agencies, that would be their statement, right? In general. In this case, we have an agency who has tried to order local police off the scene, okay? Who has already made a conclusion on what happened, that this was justified, and they've already made a conclusion on who the guy is and what he was trying to do. And they claim that they, and only they, are going to be investigating it. Why would you ever trust the results of that investigation under those circumstances? Why would you ever do that? You would have to be retarded. You would have to be literally retarded to trust anything that is being said here. So even if this was a justified shooting, the way that they're going about it makes it almost impossible to believe them. $5 from My Listening Library says, we have investigated ourselves and have found that we are not guilty or at fault. DHS probably. True. Genigma says, let's be open-minded. Doesn't count incident per encounter and environment. That's it. They don't need to be there. Glad I have skipped political junkism and focused on opportunities to improve odds. Bro, what? You got to use English, brother. What are you trying to say? $2 from Van Allen says, will there be a chance to hop on and discuss? I might open it up to calls. Depends how I feel. Frankly, I ain't feeling that great right now. I'm just upset. just really upset. I'm tired of being lied to. I'm tired of people. I'm tired of just people trying to like paint a narrative when we don't know all the facts yet. I'm tired of people trying to play games with these things. I hate it. I don't know. Yeah, Leon's Law, I'm tired of people lying. If you are claiming that I've lied, the implication of your text there, please point it out. I can point to you where DHS lied just now. I can show you. You can see. There is a chain of evidence that we can go through that is fairly clear. You're claiming I'm lying? Come on up. Bring your evidence. Show me where I've lied. Zero Fox, stop being Candace Owens right now, okay? How's everyone doing today? Otherwise, I don't know. Did you guys like the... Sorry, just for a moment while I get my bearings. Did you guys like yesterday's show? I'm still not sure I liked it, but my audience seems to disagree with me. Okay. My audience seems to have loved it, but I don't know if I liked it, personally. What the fuck over says for $5. Crazy the don't tread on me crowd turned into just take the First and Fourth Amendment from me. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, Tori Hero says so unproductive, but so keno. Again, I think, look, I don't think it was a productive conversation yesterday, but it was good content. I'll give you that. It was memes, okay. And you guys, let's reread because some of you guys weren't here for it. Let's reread the Donald J. Trump stance on this. I just want to go through. So this is from the President of the United States, gang. This is a gunman's gun loaded with 2 additional full magazines and ready to go. What is that all about? Where are the local police? Why weren't they allowed to protect ICE officers? The mayor and the governor called them off? It is stated that many of these police were not allowed to do their job, that ICE had to protect themselves. Not an easy thing to do. Why does Ilhan Omar have $34 million in her account? And where are the tens of billions of dollars that have been stolen from the once great state of Minnesota? We are there because of massive monetary fraud with billions of dollars missing and illegal criminals that were allowed to infiltrate the state through the Democrats' open border policy. We want the money back, and we want it back now. Those fraudsters who stole the money are going to jail where they belong. This is no different than a really big bank robbery. Much of what you're witnessing is a cover-up for this theft and fraud. The mayor and the governor are inciting insurrection. Remember, we had a show about that yesterday. With their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. Instead, these sanctimonious political fools should be looking for the billions of dollars that have been stolen from the people of Minnesota and the United States of America. Let our ICE patriots do their job. 12,000 illegal alien criminals, many of them violent, have been arrested and taken out of Minnesota. If they were still there, you would see something far worse than you are witnessing today. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is called a stream of consciousness. Asking questions, providing no information, providing no answers, going on a tangent about fraud and about Ilhan Omar and about cover-ups and all the crazy shit, okay? None of that has to do with what happened today. And yet, here we are. Look, I can't even be mad at that statement because it's not an egregious lie like the DHS's statement was. That's just him rambling, okay? It's just like, what is the gun all about? We don't know. It could be about Ilhan Omar with the $34 million. It could be about fraud. We don't know. Where were the police? We don't know. It's stupid. It's retarded. It's dumb. But it's not a flat out lie like DHS's statement was. He put out more. Can you link it to me in the Discord? Or just link it here? 10 pounds from RPG says, I got 6K for wrongful arrest. As a Brit, I am ignorant. Is there a legitimate reason to resist arrest? Was he being arrested? It's not clear. Look, it's not clear whether they were trying to detain him in the video. They were obviously beating him up, but like, they were probably gonna like take him into custody, I'd imagine, right? But was he resisting? I don't know. It was hard to. He was getting dogpiled. Was he just like he's curled up in a ball? Was that resisting? Maybe. It might come out that he was, right? But the question is this a justified shoot? Doesn't look like it. They beat him for no reason. Well, we can watch the video. Here. I'm curious. Leon's Law. We're going to watch this. And you tell me why you think they were beating him. Okay. You can just watch and we can find out. This guy right here. Here he is with his cell phone. He's got a cell phone. He's directing traffic. He seems to be recording what's happening. He's telling the cars to just keep on moving. Here he is. He's approaching, trying to get a different angle.
What is wrong with you?
These are the two protesters. He gets in between. They pepper spray him. They pepper spray him again. He's trying to help the lady up. They grab him. They push him to the ground. They're beating him. They beat him with this, looks like a spray can. Someone shoots. And they fucking kill him. So, dear Leon, what was he doing that means he should be arrested? In your opinion? What was he doing that was illegal? What was he doing that was inappropriate? It's possible maybe he was saying a bomb threat. Maybe he was giving a bomb threat, like Adam Friend had said. Maybe it was a bomb threat. It could be. That's possible, I guess. How likely is that? Visual Abstract says, there's a clip from another angle where an ICE agent clearly running away with the firearm on his hand. So he was 100% unarmed while being shot. So we've seen that, and we'll watch it again. I don't know if I would, I don't know if it's 100% that they are disarming this guy. It looks like I would give it a 75% chance, right? And this is the angle, and we can kind of go through it. We can see. Let me full screen it for you guys. Okay, here he is. This is you see gray hoodie guy here. He's reaching in. He grabs his gun, and then you hear the shoots. So we'll watch it again. He's got the gun. Now you hear the shoots. They throw his cell phone. I thought it was a gun at first, but it's his cell phone. They have his gun. Then they shoot. Again, it might not be his gun, but then why does the guy have a gun out, and why is he running away? The only thing to me that makes sense, or the thing that makes the most sense, is he saw the guy was armed, got the gun, was trying to take a gun away from the situation, and then someone else over there fires a shot. And then everyone starts shooting. That's what it looks like to me. Wick, you can tell it's his gun since his SIG is brown, while standard issue SIGs are black. I don't know if it's brown or black from that lighting, man. I just can't 100% tell. But like I said, it makes sense that this would be a disarming. It makes sense on how they're acting if it was a disarming. It does not make sense if he had his own gun and was doing that. Why would he reach in with his own gun to the guy's waist, right? What would he be doing here? Just pressing it against his back? And then why would he be running away if it was his own gun? I don't understand that. But it makes perfect sense in the world if it was he saw the guy was armed, reached in, grabbed the weapon, started to move away so that the guy couldn't get the weapon if he recovered or tackled him. He wanted to get it out of the situation. And then someone else fires, we don't know who, and bam, 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 bam. And yes, Lyle is cool, says it looks like the victim's hands are at his head at the time, but it's hard to tell. Yeah, it's really hard to tell. It does look like the hands are on the ground though, and we can go and we can look at it again. But again, it's really hard to tell, and hard to come to a complete conclusion. If you can see the guys, here, let me slow it down. Playback speed. Let's go at 25, okay? You see this is a guy's hand. One of them. He's on the ground. Got the gun. Running away. Bam. 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 Yeah, it's kind of upsetting and frustrating. Yes, it is. Oh. Let me get a drink, gang. It was just the whole situation entirely unnecessary for them to accost that guy. Entirely unnecessary for him to accost that guy. I don't see an actual reason for them to have attacked him. again, there might be information that we don't have, but it doesn't look like it. Another new account says he was in the road standing in front of cars driving by. That's what started this. Well, we can look. He was obviously directing traffic as he was recording. We have the videos, gang. We can just watch. It's not hard. That's him. They're all on the road watching. These guys are in the road watching. He's recording. Oh, you guys can't see. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry. Ah, my bad. That's him. He's watching. There's a lady, too. Okay. They're recording. He begins directing traffic. He begins saying, go around. He's trying to direct traffic. Saying, come on through. He's clearly directing traffic. They're pushing that person. He's moving out of the way. They push this person. This person's not an ICE agent. They got a water bottle, it looks like. Right? Saying, what's going on, man? This ICE agent's just pushing everyone. Just pushing everyone. This guy's like, what are you doing, man? He gets sprayed in the face. He gets sprayed in the face. He tries to help this lady up. Adam Friended would say that they're obviously he's pushing this lady down. That's what he would say, but you know, here we are. Okay. And then like they just clobber him. They just go all over him. ICE is clearly escalating the situation. Now you can say that they should be pushing these two people, right? These two people here. That this was good that they pushed these two people, but we have no evidence for why we have no reason for why they were being shoved all over the place. This guy sees this masked man shoving these people, right? He goes and he's like, what are you doing? He gets fucking sprayed, pushed, accosted, and then beaten. It's hard to tell if he's resisting, how he's resisting. It's hard to tell what's going on in this dog pile. And then boom, 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 boom. But who knows? He could have been an Antifa social super soldier, guys. We don't know. He could have been making bomb threats all over the place. We don't know. Maybe the ICE agents are justified here. We don't know. Could be. It's possible. Maybe. $2 from J Ray says, check out Adam Mockler. He has another angle. Link it to me in Discord. Are you talking about this one? Are you talking about the Instagram angle that we saw? Sorry about that, gang.
I counted 5 shots when he was laying there motionless. These undertrained dipshit ICE agents. You slow down the footage of the ICE shooting that just took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota, you can see that the ICE agents very intentionally remove the man's weapon from his waistband and toss it off to the side. If I pause it right here, you can see that the ICE agent took the man's weapon and is throwing it to the side. After they shoot this unarmed
Well, we know he doesn't throw it to the side. He runs off with it, but fair.
man, and he's lying there on the ground motionless. Look, you can see his feet on the ground right there. They continue to dump bullets into his motionless body.
Are you talking about that? So was that the angle you were talking about, or is there another angle that we have? J Ray, was that the angle? Because we've seen that. I don't know, gang. You guys gonna defend this shooting too? You ready? You ready to say that he was coming at him with his car? Is this what we're gonna say about this one? No, it's okay, J Ray. It's good that other people see it. Well, why does he say that, aka Batozai? Because it looks like, and I mistook this at first. I thought this was a gun, but it was a cell phone. But if you look at Let me get you the angle here. You can see they're tossing something there. Looks like a cell phone. You see this? That they just tossed, and we can look at it again. See, they tossed something. It looks like a cell phone. I thought it was a gun at first, but no, it's a cell phone. Okay? So that's why he probably saw it tossed. He tossed it to the side, because he saw something being tossed. Then the guy gets the gun, runs away. And again, they have stated, and we've seen in other things, that they're not actually they are going to do an investigation, but they're not going to let the FBI investigate. It doesn't look like they're going to cooperate with the police investigation. They tried to order the local police off the scene. The local police refused, and they've secured the scene. So we'll see, right, what comes of that. But they've already made their conclusion. So I don't know how you would ever trust their investigation. They've already made their conclusion. They've already said what they think happened. I don't know. AKA Batozai says, yeah, the media setting false narratives needs to be a thing that they can be sued for. What's the false narrative that the media is setting here? I'm curious. Gay Mudgeon says, seems pretty clear that Ice Guy got mad. The nurse got in the way of him, pushing the woman, so they killed him. Again, we don't have enough information. But it does look like he wasn't armed when they shot him. It does look like they disarmed him when they shot him. But it's unclear. AKA Batozai says, Fox News saying clearly false things if they aren't at all factual. Again, like, I think they got sued for the Dominion stuff, so it's possible. Like, this happens on occasion. But I was just curious what media narratives we're seeing from this. I haven't seen a media narrative yet because I haven't been looking at CNN, Fox News, all that. I've been looking at the official accounts. I've been looking at the DHS account. I've been looking at what the president's saying. I'm looking at what the J.D. Vance is saying. I'm looking at what Waltz is saying. I'm looking at what the people, OSINT people are releasing with camera footage and things like that. I have not looked at the MSNBC. I've not looked at CNN. I've not looked at Fox News. I don't know what the spin is on all that. I have no idea. So I can't speak to that. So I'm just really curious what the narrative in the media is, if you have it. But DHS is setting a false narrative. I can say that for certain, because the DHS statement that they released was inaccurate. It does not look like what actually happened. Daedalus says, he might have not have been armed, but he was fighting with the agent. Fight a man with a gun and you have to face the consequences. Was he fighting or was he getting beat? It's real. I didn't see a swing in there, but it's a melee and it's hard to see. It looks like they just sprayed him in the face. They jumped him. And they beat him. That's what it looks like. $5 from Hell's Pacifist. Vance went to law school and is lying about administrative warrants versus judicial ones. So screw him too. Fair enough. AKA Batozai says, you don't win fights on the street versus officers. You're better off not fighting back. Again, I'm curious where he was fighting them. Maybe it's possible. Like, is it fighting if you're, like, covering your face so you don't get hit? Well, they're clearly beating him with the fucking gas can or pepper spray can or something. Is that fighting them? Maybe. We can look. We can just look. We don't have to. We don't have to speculate. Okay, so we see him. He goes up. This guy pushes him. Now, he's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" So maybe he puts his hands on him here. I'm not sure. Gets in the way. He puts his hand up, and he gets sprayed. And then he's trying to help her. He's getting dragged off. He's like trying to stay standing. I can't tell if he's throwing bows or anything. I honestly can't tell. And then they have him on the ground. And then they're beating him. Boom. And then the shots. We'll just watch it uninterrupted without me pausing.
What the fuck is wrong with you? The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
Damn. There is something I just noticed, though. And I want to see if we can see it. Can we zoom in? Is there a zoom in function? I don't know. But I want to see the gray guy. Remember the gray guy who got the gun? Does he have anything in his hands? Can anyone tell if he has a gun in his hand? There. Can you? I don't see a gun. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like he has a gun there when he's going down. He's reaching. He's fishing for something. And he runs away. Probably with the gun. Yeah, I didn't see anything in his hand from this angle. Did you guys? But from other angles, we can clearly see when he's running away, he has a gun. And that's what I'm trying to determine, right? Like, did he have the gun before he started fishing in the guy's waist? It wouldn't make sense if he did, but I'm just checking if he did, and it doesn't look like he did. Running Joke says, why do these protesters bring guns? That's their Second Amendment right, man. According to reports, at least what we saw, he had a license to carry. Another new account says, I'd like to answer that. I have the same sympathy for this and Renee as the left did for Ashley. Do you think that... I'm assuming you mean Ashley Babbitt. Another new account says he did not have ID per DHS press conference. Again, he's a citizen. He doesn't need to have ID. But he did have he was lawfully carrying, according to the local police. He had a permit to carry. I'm just curious do you think that this is at all comparable to the Ashley Babbitt scenario? At all? How? I'm really curious. Another new account says, yes, he does in the state of Minnesota open concealed carry. You need to have your ID on you? Is that true? You need to have a photo ID on you if you have a gun? You don't just need your permit? I don't have my ID on me right now. When I walk my dog, I don't bring my ID. Why would I? He had a permit, though, according to local PD. 0 fucks. Once again, the DHS says, if you can believe them, that he didn't have an ID. Not that he didn't have a permit. Morally neutral, when I'm walking my dog outside, I don't have my ID. And nor do I need one. Oh, 0 fucks. Another new account is saying that. No. Sorry. When I address chat, there's a lot of you. Okay. When I'm always carrying lethal weapons, okay, boys? Ladies. Registered lethal weapons. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they were like, I don't think while they were scuffling, they were checking for his permit. That's a good point, Lyle. I don't think they were looking for ID. I don't think they even checked. That didn't look like they were checking, but, you know. This is the thing that I think that they're doing is they're fishing for things that would make the public, or at least MAGA, think that this was justified. Like, oh, he wasn't carrying his ID on, so it must be justified, or some shit like that. Or maybe he was an Antifa super soldier. Could be. Don't know. Polar Knight says, chat, remember a $500 donation gets Wick TV to shave? $500 to get me to shave my beard? If you want to give me $500 to shave my beard, I guess we can. Do you want to do that now while we're covering this? Yeah, I don't know the carry laws in Minnesota. I don't. I don't know whether or not he needed his permit on him or just to have it registered. I have no idea. Don't know. Leftist Corporation says, yes, you have to carry an ID with you and the permit if you're carrying in Minnesota. Fair enough. AKA Batozai says, breaking the law and doing other crimes matters when you're in possession of a gun. I'm just curious what law that they thought he was breaking here. Polar Knights, thank you for the gift sub to Broke Ass. Hey. Appreciate that. Yeah, well, like, again, we can watch it again, right? We've watched it like 20 times now. But what law was he breaking? He doesn't seem to be interfering until the one ICE agent is pushing those pair of people, like they're just pushing, and he likes, hey, like, what are you doing? And then they get in his face, pepper spray him, and all that. But other than that, I don't see him breaking a law. Zero Fuck says, I did another audio analysis from the other angle. It has cleaner transients for each pop. AKA Batozai says, resisting arrest while armed is breaking the law. Was he resisting arrest? Is it resisting arrest to, like, not let them hit you in the face? Is it? I don't actually know the law here. That'd be crazy if so. I would think that law is crazy bad if so. But again, I couldn't see him swinging at anyone. I couldn't see him throwing bows. It's possible he did because it's very hard to see in that scrum what happened. But it looks like he got pepper sprayed. He tried to help the lady up, and then they just tackled him to the ground. He was definitely resisting. Van Allen says, I give you $250 next month and you shave my eyebrows? You got, no, $500 for the eyebrows, bro. You give it to me. When you give it to me, I'll shave them. I don't know. That doesn't look like resisting arrest to me, but it could be. That looks like they tackled him to the ground and started beating him. That's what it looks like. Again, we'll watch. And you guys tell me if this is resisting arrest.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
They're yelling back, back, back. They throw him to the ground.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
And they're beating him. Is that resisting arrest? Am I, like, I don't know. What do you guys think? One's in chat for resisting arrest. Two's in chat for what the fuck resisting arrest where. So 1 for yes, 2 for no. Sodorsa says, for $5, I found a clip on Twitter reply of them searching the body and asking, where's the gun? Doesn't look like there's a second weapon. Not a good look. Send that to me on Discord at Wick TV, please. We have a bunch of 2s, 1 1, 2 1s, and a 1.5. And like, well, mostly it's Hell's Pacifist just spamming 2. So hard to see. Keep your answers to one answer so we can get a good look at what the chat thinks. Okay. $10 from Alexander Rin says, that video you just saw, look at the agent that just drew. It looks like he stumbled and shot him on accident, and the rest joined in. It has to be US dollars, Van Allen. No Iranian dollars. Okay. Oh, yeah, I can do a YouTube poll. I forget. Was he resisting arrest? And you can vote, dear viewers. I didn't like what portion do you think that happens, Alexander N? Like what time? What timestamp? We can look and see. I didn't see a stumble accidental shoot. I don't see who shoots. I can't tell. When the officer in the yellow coat draws and starts walking around. Okay, we can look at it. Let's pull it up. I have too many tabs open now, Bing. Okay. The officer in yellow. Are we talking this guy here? Is this the guy we're talking about?
People, what the fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
I don't think he has a gun, man. Are you talking about someone else? It doesn't look like he has a gun. Oh, he draws. Ooh, is that what you're talking about? Ooh, maybe. He draws, and there's a shot. Why'd he draw there? I'm really curious. Okay. I see what you're talking about. And again, gray guy, who it looks like disarmed him, is already passed. Oh, shit. You know what might have happened? You know what might have happened? Gray guy. Guy in the gray. And this is a speculation here. Guy in the gray. Saw the gun. Grabbed the gun. Said gun. Yellow dude pulled his gun. Stumbled and shot. Maybe. It does fit the facts. But it's hard to tell. Well, it's a slippery. It's got nice. Or may have purposely shot. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Davin from Twitch says, "Are you fucked in the head?" I don't know. Why are you got to be a little more specific to why you think I'm fucked in the head. Are you thinking I'm fucked in the head because I can't on initial passes tell exactly what's happening in every single situation from every angle? Maybe. Try reading. I am. Try speaking. Try typing. You quote unquote stumbled. He may have stumbled. It's not clear. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Polar Knights. Really appreciate you for the 4 months. Thank you. Yes, I said it because Alexander Rin, the guy who super chatted me, said it was a stumble. That's why I said stumble. Ya retard. Do you guys not listen? Look, I'm in a bad mood because someone just died. And it looks like he didn't need to. But that's what we're looking at, and that's what we're researching, and that's what we're trying to find out. Coffee Margin says, "That's a dumb question. Of course, chat doesn't listen." Fair enough. Fair enough. So on the poll so far, with 80 votes in, was he resisting arrest? 21% of you, 22% of you now say yes, he was. 78% say no. So Dura says, "I sent it in Discord. Same name and profile pic." Let's look. Oh, this isn't from you, but this is where they say where the audio is, where's the gun? Okay, let's listen. Let's listen. Okay. You guys ready?
I need scissors. I need someone to cut this shit.
So the guy can't find the gun. So this lends credence to the fact that the gray shirt probably did disarm him. This is further evidence that lends credence to that theory that we got going now. Thank you. That's useful. Again, like I said, not looking good. Not looking good, gang. No Cal Mike says, okay, but did he rev up his shoes first? Well, thank you for the... Yeah. One last video you sent me? Where are we looking at? Okay, let's look. I think we've seen this. I'm pretty sure we've seen this angle before, but let's look again. Empty hand. Yeah, clearly empty. That's true. Empty hand. True. Reaches in. Fishes around. Gun in hand. I'm a lot more confident. I'm a lot more confident that they did, in fact, disarm him before he was shot. That is very helpful. Very, very helpful. Ooh. I need a snack, gang. I don't know. Zero Fuck says, to be precise, it doesn't rule out reaching. Reaching for his empty holster? Or are you saying before, that he was reaching before? It does show that he didn't pull it. And it does show that he, look, I'm calling it now based on those. They probably disarmed him. Oh, Zero Fox, are you saying that it doesn't rule out that he reached for one of the ICE officers' weapons? Is that what you're saying? That you think he reached, or that it might be that he reached for one of the officers' weapons that were pinning him down? I don't know. It's possible, but it's fucking unlikely from what I'm seeing. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I know you're not claiming it's what's happened. I understand we want to explore the possibility. Do we have video either way on this? $20 from Oh My God, It's Soup. The fact I gotta share oxygen with some people in your chat. Unless I somehow has a new novel angle that shows the guy on the ground has a gun or weapon directed to the agents, there's no need to kill the guy armed or not. To be clear, Oh My God, It's Soup, if he did reach for one of their weapons, that might justify the shoot. But it's not, I find that hard to believe. I'll need to see something clear for me to take that seriously as a possibility. Cuz bro, he's getting the shit kicked out of him and he's pinned. They're on that motherfucker. He ain't going nowhere. $10 from Alexander Rin. 5 guys are pushing down on his back. He's on his hands and knees. He's not reaching for anything. Again, it's possible, but it doesn't look like it. And he's been pepper sprayed twice. They've beaten him in the face with the gas canister or whatever. $2 from Black. I doubt he can even see at this point, honestly. Have you guys ever been pepper sprayed? I've been tear gassed. In basic training, they tear gassed me. You ain't seeing shit, okay? You ain't see that once you're been. I've never been pepper sprayed, but I've been tear gassed. Tear gas, you ain't seeing shit. Okay, you're done. $2 from Black Cat Alley says guy just got pepper sprayed too. Yes, exactly. If he's been pepper sprayed, like I've never been pepper sprayed, but I can't imagine you're. Hell Pacifist says, I've been pepper sprayed for work to make sure we understood the effects. Like I said, I've been tear gassed for the same reason. And because first we'd stand in the room, we'd have our gas masks on, and then we'd have to take it off. It hurt. It was not pleasant. I ain't doing that, MF North. So yeah, I can't speak to Hell's pepper spray, but I can speak to tear gas. And like I said, if it's anything like the same, you're done. You're gone. You're out of the. You aren't being able to see or think clearly. And again, it's not just that he's been pepper sprayed. Remember, they are on him. They are pinning him down. They are sitting on that guy. They have like 3 or 4 agents on him. They have one guy beating him in the face. It looks like with the gas canister. It might not be the face, but he's definitely getting hit with it. Yeah. Nick's Never Wrong says, it doesn't matter if it's clean. This shouldn't have been the thought of once the other officers are holding him down. Shooting at that point would be against their training. Another new account says, yet he's still resisting. What do you mean by resisting? Like if he's trying to keep them from beating him by covering his face and stuff, is that resisting? I don't know, man. That's such a weird definition of resisting. Is it technically the legal one? I don't know, but I would... Like, what? Leftist Corporation says all the super patriots who were rejected by military recruiters would be like, I could totally break out of that and shoot. The Doc Bing Bong R says, within hours, we already have completely different realities. No investigation needed. We've already decided. Like I said, if there's body cam footage, if there's other footage that shows him actually reaching for a gun, my mind changes. Like, oh shit, this is probably justified. But it doesn't look like it, gang. It does not look like it at all. Do they even have body cams? Good question. Tash Got a Fool says, I changed my mind after seeing more footage. It looks like he was disarmed right before he was shot. That's what it's looking like. Virgo Sama says, Wick, don't you get it? If you try to protect your dome from metal hitting it, you are resisting. Duh. Hook'em Nugget says, a man and woman was murdered, and YouTubers got to make that money without donating to their causes. Gotta love that breaking news drug. Man, we're just talking about, like, yes, I'm talking about news of the day. We're going over this live in real time. I don't find that inappropriate. Datalist says, there may have been confusion around the disarmament. It's possible. It's possible one of them said, he's got a gun, or gun, or shouted gun or something, and then, boom. If he was trying to get away, I'd call that resisting. Man, I don't know how he was going to get away. You saw a better picture on CNN just now? DM it to me. Show me, boys. Show me. Oh, it's just on a big screen? Okay. Man, I don't know what to tell you. Your screen that you're seeing this on is onto you. Okay, the Doc Bing Bong is sending me something. Let's see what he has to say. Oh, here's an interesting angle. Okay, we can look at this. It's got all three lined up and synced. Okay, let's take a look. He's got his hands on the ground clearly here. Clear hands on the ground. Hands on the ground. Hands on the ground. Can't see because she walks in front. Oh, hands on the ground. Hands still on the ground. He's like covering himself. Boom, boom, boom. There's no sound of this one. Oh, there is actually. There's. Look at it again. Yeah, you can see his hands on the ground. He puts his hand up at that point, but they wrestle it back down. Okay. He's got his gun. Pop, pop, pop. Oh, my webcam is in the way. Okay. Sorry, gang. Here, oops. We'll watch it one more time without my webcam getting in the way. Let me move my webcam just for the moment. We'll bring it back. Don't worry, gang. Okay, now you can see clearly. You can see his hands. They're on the ground. They're on the ground. They're on the ground. They're on the ground. She gets in the way, so I can't see what's happening here. He lifts his hand. He gets it pushed back down. They got his gun. Bam, bam, bam. Okay. Now that my thing wasn't in the way. Better angle. Ooh. So I think he's trying to stand up, or at least trying to get them to stop hitting him. Do we consider that resisting? I don't know. AK Batozai says, Wick, at the moment it seems judges are saying the dude was violently resisting. Link me. Link me a judge saying this. That doesn't look violent to me. Well, it looks violent to me. It doesn't look like he was the one being violent. Real Determinata says, are they trying to cuff and detain him, or are they just beating his ass? I think that could make a difference. Can't tell. Zero Fox says, technically, yeah, it can be seen as a type of passive resistance, even if it is for good reason, like his pepper sprayed eyes are burning. Yeah, DM me what judges are saying. What judges? Who? Which judge? Why was he being arrested? Good question, Mantis Brace. I don't know. It doesn't look like he did anything worthy of being detained or arrested. Well, that's your problem, AK Batozai. You're splitting your attention. Okay. Yeah, he was standing in the seat directing traffic. That's literally what he was doing. He was waving cars through. We saw that. Why did you put that in square quotes? Another new account. Do you think I was misrepresenting what happened? We could watch it again for the 15th time. Another new account says, which isn't his job. Cool. He's still doing it. Tanako says, dude, why they were ramming his head with the butt end of a tear gas canister. What the fuck? Why is there confusion? I'll let you draw your conclusions on why there's confusion on this. Hell's Pacifist for $2 says, resisting without violence versus resisting. Fair. Another new account says, watch it all you want to. He's not supposed to be in the road while ICE is in the middle of an operation. Why? Why not? He's recording. And thank God people... Oh, can we just take a moment to thank the Lord? Thank God above that many people recorded this so we can see what actually happened. We would never know what actually happened if we were just relying on DHS to tell us. We'd never know. We'd never know that they disarmed him first. That would never have come out. We'd never know, right, that he wasn't violently resisting, that he was just kind of sitting there being beaten, right? We'd never know that. When you see ICE, get your cameras out and hit record. It's the most American thing you can do. The most patriotic thing you can do. It is a First Amendment protected activity. And it's what the First Amendment is made for. If you see ICE doing shit, you get your cameras out and you hit record. Don't be violent. Don't go pushing them. Don't go obstructing them. Watch and record. If people hadn't been watching this, DHS would have been able to get away with their lies. But thank God they were, so that DHS wasn't. Non-smoker, jump in chat. Jump in chat. I want to talk to you specifically. I want to see what you have to say about this. Jump backstage. I want to get your perspective. Give it a second, gang. Let's see what he says. Give him a second. Yeah, Real Determinatus says, is being in the street obstruction? Was he actually obstructing them, or was he just standing in the road recording? I don't know ICE was supposed to enforce traffic laws. If he's actually stopping them from doing their jobs, then sure, detain and arrest him if he doesn't move. Yeah, I don't see... Yeah, I don't see how that would be... Hold on. Hello. Oops. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yo.
Here we are again. Another ICE shooting. I think the last time you were on my show was to talk about an ICE shooting too, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was the Renee Good. I mean, that was a weird debate too. What do you think, Wick? I want to know your immediate thoughts.
So, when I initially saw, I'm very... Are we talking about this shooting specifically?
Yeah, this one.
Okay, yeah. When I initially saw it, I was like, okay, well, the angle was bad. We only had one video. I was like, I don't know. What is this guy doing? I have no idea. Did he pull a gun? Did he shoot? Did he get one off? I don't know. I had no idea. But the more we've seen, the more that have come out, the more that we have been shown by videos of people who were on the scene, who were doing their First Amendment protected activity of recording. It's real clear to me that this guy should not have been shot. That they killed this guy. I don't think it was a justified shooting. There might be information that comes out later that he reached for one of their weapons or something. Fair enough. But as of right now, he was recording in the street. They started pushing people. He went to kind of help one out, pick one up. He got pepper sprayed in the face. They tackled him to the ground. They pinned him to the ground. They took his gun, and then they shot him. That's what I think happened.
Yeah, sounds like what I saw. I mean, it's amazing that there's still like, I mean, what do you expect from conservative influencers, I guess? But like, it's amazing that there are still some people who are like defending ICE with this. It's kind of astounding, actually. But yeah, man, I think, listen, this is going to sound very hysterical, and I know you're probably not with me on this one, but I feel like in our lifetime, we are going to see a fucking civil war in this country. I mean, it's like the level that we're approaching of destabilization in terms of just the animosity between, like two sides of politically, I would say politically disempowered people. It's reaching a boiling point that's very frightening. And, I don't know. I mean, I've been kind of like really focused on the Iran stuff lately because I feel like that's about to blow over as well. And yeah, we're approaching scary times, man. We really are. And it's disappointing in a way that the left wing does not have any kind of serious big tent sort of movement to try and like bring us all together and, I don't know, mount like a response. But and you know that I don't believe in electoralism at all. I don't.
No, which is
no, and I know, and we could debate about that, but I almost feel like
this isn't the time for that debate. I don't think.
No, no.
$5 just real quick. $5 from Alexander Rin to say he was resisting his face getting acquainted with the street and needing dental work in his near future. Yeah. I I guess to talk, I don't think we're going for, I don't think we're near a civil war, but I will give you this. I think that ICE, by design, right, on purpose, are specifically trying to escalate things. I think that they have been given directives to escalate. We see it in their interactions with the public all the time in these metro surges and what we saw in Chicago, and what we've seen in Maine. They are specifically escalating situations. They are collecting a database of everyone who's recording them, everyone they're stopping. The question you got to ask is why? Why are they trying to purposely escalate things? And my speculation, and I admit it's speculation, is that they are looking for the public to respond violently so that they can justify putting the boot down even harder than they are. That they can justify cracking down, revoking some constitutional protections we have, like the Fourth Amendment, like the First Amendment, and severely curtailing them in the name of public safety. That's my speculation. I think it fits the facts, but it is just speculation. What are your thoughts there?
I mean, I certainly think there's a component of that that's true. I mean, listen, I agree with you. I think this is multifaceted, you know, like that's definitely one part of it. And you see like what's scary is like you're seeing civil liberties curtailed in real time, and you're seeing the party of civil liberties cheer it on. You know, it's very like I don't know, like it's like dystopian future, you know, like and I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you and your audience, you're all pretty familiar with like many of the tactics that ICE utilizes, from like, you know, AI facial recognition and you know, they have databases of people's fucking irises that they can scan, and it's like the assumption that how do people not recognize that that stuff can then be used to crack down on dissidents or crack down on anybody? You know, it's like our legal system, English common law, for better or for worse, and for all of its flaws, you know, it moves forward based on precedent and legal precedent and established precedent. And it's like when these precedents are established and suddenly it's normal for ICE to fucking throw a guy to the ground who had a permit to carry, as far as I understand, and fucking take his gun away and then shoot and kill him, execute him. You know, that's a very disturbing precedent in this country.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. You know, like they're baiting people into this. I also sort of think, you know, this is the president's attempt to try and say that he has the real power in this country to just act with impunity.
I'm gonna give maybe a hot take here. I don't think it's Trump. I think it's Miller. I think it's Miller and those around him doing this. I don't think Trump is as in control as, and again, I'm telling you, it's a hot take. I don't think Trump is the one pushing this. I think he's okay with it because it gives him power, but I think it's Miller, Stephen Miller specifically, who is purposefully pushing this, and he's kind of like the power behind the throne here, right? That he is the one that wants to curtail these liberties, that he is the one that wants to do all these things in order to get what he actually wants accomplished, but he needs to do this step by step. Again, speculation, but that's my hot take.
I think from like a tactical standpoint, to some extent, you're correct. I also think this is sort of the architect of this in terms of the actual ground operations is Gregory Bovino. But I like, here's with the Trump factor. For Trump, I really do think that this crackdown in Minnesota is about making Tim Walz look bad. It's about making the mayor look bad, and it's about making them look weak. And, you know, it's the same philosophy Trump has with international stuff. I think it's about like his bullying of Europe and all that stuff. It's about demonstrating to the audience, you know, Trump's a TV guy, right? Like it's demonstrating to the audience that, hey, there's nothing they can do about this in response, you know, and it's about him. I think you're right that like Stephen Miller is definitely the one pushing the very hard line approach on immigration and cracking down on illegals and the very visual aspects of that. I think Trump, though, has his own selfish motives, and yeah, I mean,
possible. My question, I guess, not to cut you off, but like I don't want to forget my question here. My question is like, what do we do about it as influencers? What should the public do about it? What should our politicians be doing about it? And when we win the midterms, which I think is guaranteed at this point, it's going to be a Dem sweep. I'm calling it now. What action should we take? And I think there's different answers for all these things. What is from influencer perspective? Let's talk about that one first. Tackle that one first. So first of all, $2 from Hell Pacifist says, Miller, you mean Baby Goebbels? Thank you for the $2. What should influencers be doing right now, in your opinion? I want to hear.
It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I think this is like a great opportunity to really engage with right-wing influencers and open up a conversation about the hypocrisy, and open up a conversation about the contradiction in what their supposed views are. Because look, a lot of this is, what empowers Trump, I think, is like this populist upsurge, and it's like, to me, it's like very similar to what you see on the left with people who support like Mamdani and Bernie. I do think that it's all kind of an indictment on the system, but the MAGA stuff is like they cover it in a veneer of like this, conservative slop, ideology.
I've been looking at what like the Tim Pools, right, the Republican MAGA influencers have been saying. I haven't been reporting on it because I don't think it's helpful, right? But I have been watching what they're saying, and Tim Pool specifically, especially, has been doing everything in his power to paint this out as a justified thing, even before we've seen almost any video, right? Only like since the initial release of the video and the initial release of the DHS statement. Did you read how long you've been watching? Have you seen the official DHS statement on what happened?
I did, yeah, and I've kind of been glossing through everything as it's been going, so I don't remember. Is there one specific thing you wanted to mention about that?
Well, only that it's clearly a fucking lie. Like, it's clearly not true. Like, the facts that they mention in there, the way they paint out the incident is clearly not congruent with reality. It's just clearly a lie. It's clearly dishonest. That's all I want to say.
I mean, yeah, like, I think demonstrating the lies and the level of lying, I mean, it will become apparent to the average Republican, I think, even after a while, though there's obviously, like, blinders on there. But yeah, look, what's our job? Like, dude, I think it's about talking to, the disaffected voter. And I know you're big on, and a lot of like people in your sphere are big on, like, how do you win over that middle ground of voters? And it's about like demonstrating how this administration has like gone so above and beyond in curtailing civil liberties and taking rights away and weakening the average person's political power. And I think we have to have an informed, we have to have a very factual, very like bullet point oriented list of charges to bring into these debates, discussions, where I think a lot of people are trying to figure out, like, okay, like, where do we go from here? Because I know this isn't working, and I don't know, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, how do we stop another Trump? You know what I mean? Trump will go away at some point. And,
no, I get you.
And then it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're asking. Like, how do we stop this from just all like the movement behind him and the kind of like the mindset that led to him from just leading to more of him? I think that one of the big and you're gonna hate this answer, but showing the Republicans that this no longer works, that this is no longer electorally viable, and we do that by routing them in the midterms, and this will cause a lot of the people who are in positions of power who currently are just kind of going along because they're afraid of their voter base, right? they're gonna see that, oh, supporting this guy is gonna make me lose my seat. It's gonna affect me really badly in my power base. And I think they're showing that's or at least showing that enough. I think that'll help. There's a statement that's been released by John Kasich, and I think he's a former Republican governor, and I think it's worth watching. So watch with me here, okay? If you don't mind,
All right.
I'm gonna put it on the screen. Want to see what he has to say? Dear viewers, you ready? Let's watch it.
I'm out here walking in a freezing cold before the storm comes, but when you walk, you think about a lot of things. And you know, it's become so apparent that Minnesota and the antics that are happening in Minnesota are waking up the whole country. You see, it's bothering us because we don't see justice and we don't see fairness. And somehow the administration just doesn't want to acknowledge this, and they think they can just double down on what they're doing. It is not going to work because it's tearing the country apart. But most important, it is raising the consciousness of Americans who are saying enough is enough. And this is going to have a big impact on the midterm elections. And the Republicans may pay a huge price for this.
So this isn't a Democrat. This isn't some lefty guy, right? This is a Republican governor, right? I know he's an anti-Trump guy. That's fair. But I think that, like, when you have politicians saying these types of things on the other side of the aisle, I do think it matters. I do think it is. And I've talked to people in my personal life, right, who are MAGA supporters, who are Trump voters, 3-time Trump voters, right? They don't like this shit either. They are deeply disturbed by what they're seeing. So I think that this, like, I'm going to stand by my call with the Renee Good shooting. That was a turning point. I think when we look back, that's going to be like the turning point for where MAGA started to really just lose all support. Now, the question becomes, what are they going to do to try to solidify or prevent them from losing power? That's a real question. I don't know. They're willing to lie, obviously. What else are they willing to do? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But I think that, like, seeing these types of things it's worth kind of looking to see what the different politicians and the different people are saying. And I just wanted to share that real quick. As for the question, like, honestly, look, I think that at this point in time, and yeah, I've been leaning towards this, but I've been like, maybe not. But no, I'm going to say it. I'm going to call it here. You have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE. You have a moral obligation as a Christian, as a U.S. citizen, as a patriot, to, if ICE comes to you and asks about someone, lie. Now recognize that you will get arrested. You will go to jail. But I think you still have the moral obligation to do so. That's my position.
Honestly, based. I mean, dude, yeah, like, I even was ambivalent about the whole abolishing ICE prior to Renee Good, and the Renee Good thing kind of pushed me over the edge, where it was like, you know what, it's so fucking politically fraught at this point that even reform ICE fully would be akin to abolishing it. You know, so at this point, getting rid of ICE, I think, is a necessary step. And you know, look, you know, I don't support the Democratic Party, but any Democrat who stands up and tries to push that defund ICE measure in Congress has my respect, at least a little bit, you know, because I think that's the kind of leadership the party needs. You need people who are going to, like, boldly stand against this. And, you know, look, I really do think, you and I might agree here, I do think that vast middle ground between the extremes can be won over if you campaign properly. And it is about having a bigger vision for the country than just, you know, like, I want more than just not Trump. You know what I mean? But
no, I understand. But at this point,
you can win on not Trump right now. You can win on not Trump.
I think whatever we need to do legally, obviously, and I want to be clear, non-violently. When I say obstruct ICE, I mean non-violently. I'm not telling you to take up arms against them or punch them or do violence to them. I'm just saying, what immigrants? Where? I haven't seen any. No, I don't know where the Spanish people in my neighborhood live. Sorry, officer. Right? That's what I mean. I mean getting out your camera, and this is not obstructing, to be clear, getting out your camera whenever you see ICE and recording those motherfuckers. They have demonstrated a pattern of lying, and they have demonstrated a pattern of being brutal to the populace. They've demonstrated a pattern of being willing to fucking use violence when it is not necessary. And yeah, at this point, you have a moral obligation, I believe, to obstruct them when you can.
So, Wick, here's my question for you now. This has gotta, and I mean, I hate to be like whatever, like greedy content creator mindset right now, but for you, this has got to present like quite an opportunity to host some pretty heated debates, I would imagine. Yeah, like because there's gonna be
who's gonna
influencers
defend
on the right.
this?
They're gonna be there. You know they're gonna be there.
Are they willing to come on camera and defend this? I don't. It's hard, man. For this, I don't. Look, maybe I'm just being naive here, but who?
I don't know. I'm trying to think the people like who were very like who were the hardest on Renee Good, and you know that category of person. And I don't know. I mean, what is Rob Noah's take? I'd love to know. Or or Andrew Wilson.
Know who the fuck cares? To be clear,
but those are the people that you know you would love to hear like, or you'd love to put them on the spot at least. You know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, I'm just morbidly curious about that, I guess, because you know there's going to be a whole content storm from this.
There is with any major event, and I think there should be. I think this does deserve to be debated and to be talked about and things like that. And yes, exposed when you bring on these Rob Noah types and these other players. And again, I don't even know what take Rob Noah would have on this, so I'm hesitant to put words into people's mouths. But anyone who's sitting there like Tim Pool, who's trying to cover this up or trying to put a spin on it and narrativize it, right? I think they're doing something evil. They're doing something wrong. Right? And it needs to be called out, it needs to be exposed, and you need to be taking them through the lies one at a time. When DHS said that he approached them with a 9mm, was that an accurate description of what happened? Was that an honest description of what happened? It's not. It was entirely misleading. It's one of those things that's technically true. I approached non-smoker with my dick. Yes, that's true, but it was in my pants. I never brought it out. And when I say I approached you with my dick, it brings to mind something that did not happen, right? While being technically true. And when they say something like he was obviously intending to do as maximum damage to law enforcement as possible, he had so many rounds on him that we're going to go assassinate a bunch of cops or something. Obviously not true from the footage that we saw. He was merely recording. He got beat the shit out of, and he got killed. I don't know. And so if anyone wants to defend that, they're more than welcome to, but I will not be kind to you. So, and people keep saying, oh, you can't get right-wingers on. I have no problem getting right-wingers on, to be clear. I just have a problem with getting the talking heads on.
Well, listen, I got to run, but if you do anything, please consider me.
Will do.
That's all I ask.
See you later.
All right, later, man.
Okay, bye. Ugh. Tash Got a Fool says, not a good idea to instruct your audience. They have a moral obligation to break the law and get into standoffs with ICE. I think you have a moral obligation to, I think you have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE. Yes, that's just true. I'm not instructing you what to do. I'm not telling you what to do. I think this is what I think you have a moral obligation to do. I have a moral obligation to tell you that, frankly. Me being silent would be cowardice. Me being silent would be shameful. It would be shameful. I've seen enough. I've seen how they're operating. I've seen how DHS is operating. We've seen enough. Enough of their lies, enough of their obfuscations, enough of their excuses, enough of their brutality. I've seen enough. Don't fight them. Don't punch them. Don't draw weapons on them. Don't do any of that shit. Record them. You ain't seen nothing, gang. You saying you saw an immigrant? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Because A, they've lied so much about who they're going after. You don't know, right? All the videos of them saying, we're going after a sex offender. That's bullshit. Why would you ever believe them? They say that about everyone. They're all violent offenders and sex offenders. That's just not true. They lie constantly, all the time. And I want to remind you guys, in the Chicago area, they brought 31 cases to court, okay, where ICE or DHS brought people up on charges. They got them through the system, okay? 31 cases. Not all of them have gone through, but of the 15 that have gone through, DHS, ICE was shown to be lying. They didn't have enough evidence to get a single conviction. 15 acquittals out of 15. They have a 0% conviction rate. They lie constantly, all the time. Shameful. We got to win in the midterms, gang. We have to. It's a race at this point. It's a race. Can the forces of darkness tear apart our Constitution, tear apart our civil liberties, tear apart America before the midterms? They're trying. They're trying. The only way, realistically, to stop them is to vote them out of office. That's the only way, realistically. And that's just the first step. There are more after. But that's the first thing we have to do. Electorally, I mean. Make people aware. Show your friends and family what's going on. Speak up. Talk to people about this. Your coworkers. Let them know what happened. Tell them about how DHS is lying to them. Show them the videos. Show them the information. Give them the facts. Do it with love. Do it with understanding. They've been lied to. These people have been lied to, and no one wants to admit they've been lied to. It's really hard. It's really hard to admit that you've been duped. It is. It's very hard. So show some compassion. Show some understanding. We need to get people on board with this. $10 from Mr. Middleman. The anti-ICE side needs to come up with better ways to communicate how messed up things are, while also disarming the argument, if you're against Trump's ICE, you're in favor of criminal illegals and open borders. I think you can simply point to, like, before ICE, we had decent border control. Remember, ICE is a relatively young organization. Didn't start till 2003. So you can just imagine what America was like before 2003, and you have a pretty accurate vision of what America is like without ICE. Okay. Yeah, and let people know where ICE is going. If you see ICE going into a neighborhood, let people know. It's your right. That's not illegal. Do it. Make people aware of where they are and where they're operating. That's not illegal. Do it. You have a moral obligation. Ergo Samas says, I showed my mom the video. She has so many Trumper friends feeding her lies. We watched the video together and she was shocked. I think that's the best way for normies. Show them the video. We have plenty of angles, gang. It's very clear. Okay, time to end this poll. We've got 214 of you voted. Wow, more votes than there are viewers at this point. 74% say no, that the gentleman in question who was killed today by ICE was not resisting arrest. 26% say yes. That is the final tally, ladies and gentlemen, for that poll. The final tally. Okay. Rigged poll? I don't know if it was rigged. I don't know how to rig these polls. Let's put another poll, because I'm very curious if you guys agree with my take. Okay. Boom. Put it in. Do you agree or disagree with the question, or the statement, I should say? You have a moral obligation to resist ICE. I should have put obstruct. Hold on, let me change it. Sorry, I'm gonna end the poll early. Start anew. I gotta make it correct. Sorry. My bad. Boom. Polls up. You have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE. I just want to be clear on the language. The poll's on the YouTube channel, gang. So, Twitchers, if you want to go to the YouTube channel and click the poll. I'm hungry, gang. And I think we've covered pretty much all the things. All the angles. Every bit of information I have, I've given to you, and we've watched it together. I should order Chinese food. Oh, maybe before the ice storm? I hope that maybe the Chinese people are in today, or did they close? I don't know. I probably could find out. Good. That's a good suggestion. What would I get? General Cho's chicken? Maybe. Orange chicken? Noam. Is Christy Noam speaking? Let's hear it. Send me the link. I want to hear what she has to say. The National Guard has been deployed to protest in Minnesota. Link me. Give me the information. Send me DMs with this, or put it in the Twitch chat, because I think there's links allowed in the Twitch chat for whatever reason. I haven't fucked with that. But yeah, gimme that info. Here we go. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi has stated that agents with several federal agencies, including the DEA, ATF, and FBI, are being deployed to back up Homeland Security in Minneapolis following today's shooting of a 37-year-old man by agents with Border Patrol and Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement. They're sending in the feds, boys. That guy was younger than me. It's crazy. Sending in the feds, boys. Who's going to protect the people of Minnesota? Who's going to protect the people of Minnesota from ICE? $2 from Mr. Middleman says, with this storm today, we're all hiding from ICE. Oh, that's funny. When does the storm supposed to hit, gang? Is it supposed to hit tonight? I don't know. Hitting North Carolina tonight? Well, it'll hit here tonight too, I guess. Noam is on? Send me the link. Give me a link. Who is the link to Noam? Linkers. Okay, here we go.
I had a crazy idea. We were surprised that no one had done it before.
No, I don't care about you, ad.
Success.
Okay, we're straight live stream from the Associated Press. Christy Noam's coming on. Is there another one? Oh, you got me the wrong one? Okay, well, we'll see. Well, you give me.
Agents'
Oh, here we go.
finger was bitten off. Crowd control measures were deployed to bring safety to the public and to law enforcement at the scene. And once again, I want to remind everybody that this situation and this tragedy did not have to happen. Our law enforcement are doing everything that they can to protect the public. We're praying for this deceased loved one's family and friends, but we also recognize that the Minnesota governor and the Minneapolis mayor need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. They need to evaluate their rhetoric, their conversations, and their encouragement of such violence against our citizens and our law enforcement officers. I'll remind you that Governor Walz today in his press conference said that our officers were not even law enforcement, which is a lie. He's called them the Gestapo. He's encouraged residents and citizens and violent rioters to resist. He's doxed their identities, putting themselves and their families' lives in jeopardy. He's refused to turn over murderers to federal law enforcement officers. He's protected illegal criminals and protected them from being brought to justice, and even overseen a historic, unprecedented theft of American taxpayer dollars. Tens of billions of dollars were stolen under his watch, and he allowed it to happen, and in some instances may have even facilitated it. In other cities and states across the country, we don't see this happen. Local, state, and officials work with us to make sure that we're making their streets safer. I'll point to the city of Memphis, which is where there is a Democrat mayor in place. He worked with us and our federal law enforcement officers, and we saw murder rates drop by 50% because of that partnership. We've seen historic lows in the criminal acts that have happened in that city. We've had the same amount of law enforcement officers there, but a very different result because of the leadership in place. Last week, ICE did over 2,000 different operations, and we saw people be brought to justice and the American people made safer because of that work. We don't have this problem in Texas or in Florida because those individuals in those states work with us, and they make sure that they keep peace and calm while they bring criminals to justice. In you that this city has been corrupt for years with what we've seen with people that have been stealing taxpayer money, all under the leadership of Governor Walz and Mayor Frey. I'm asking for all the authorities in Minneapolis and the leaders to work with us, and there are two things that we have repeatedly asked the governor and the mayor to do. Number one, all we want them to do is that when they are going to release a dangerous criminal from their jails, turn them over to us so
They
we
do.
can get them out of this country as soon as possible. Since we have been back in the White House with President Trump's leadership, they have
Hold on.
released
They
over 490
do. At least the
criminals
Minnesota
onto their
police
streets,
claim that they do.
rather than allow us to get them out of
Minnesota
the country to keep
police is
families
claiming
safe.
that that's what they
the
do,
The second thing
just to be clear.
that we have asked the governor and the mayor to do is to help us keep people safe. Just give us backup on the streets while we do our targeted operations to get illegal criminals out of our country, and then we wouldn't have to be there facing these types of situations that we face with violent rioters who are impacting and attacking our law enforcement officers. That's all. Those are the two requests that we've asked of them. We've asked them to help us do that so that we can continue to see success in Minneapolis like we see in so many other cities and communities across the country. But they have refused because they want us talking about attacking law enforcement officers instead of the fraud and the theft that they facilitated in Minnesota. One thing I'd like to do before I take your questions on that situation on the storm is give you a few facts about the storm and what we're facing here in the coming days. This storm is going to produce heavy snow. It's going to produce dangerous freezing rain and ice and life-threatening wind chills that will be sustained for days. Power outages, road closures, and other impacts have already started to impact the Midwest, the South, and the East Coast. The most important thing that people can do across this country is to please stay off the roads, to stay home when possible, unless you absolutely have to be out and about. That will not only ensure that you and your family are safe, but that emergency responders aren't out there trying to rescue you when they could be out doing other work to proactively keep people safe and at home. Stay alert by listening to different announcements from your local officials and from your state. We want to remind everybody that in these emergency disaster situations, it's your local officials and local emergency managers
not care about the storm.
that go out and execute response to these disasters. Your states manage it, and the federal government is here to support. We're here and have been opened and visiting and talking with all of the governors and local leaders to make sure they have everything that they need ahead of time.
Get to the
and
questions,
that we can
bro.
be as prepared as possible for what is going to unfold in the coming days. I want you to make sure that you get the chance to visit the website ready.gov to see recommendations and advice for how you can protect your family and be prepared for the storm that is coming. We have 17 different states and the District of Columbia that have already declared states of emergency. President Trump has already approved emergency declarations at the federal level for these following states: for South Carolina, the Commonwealth of Virginia, Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, Maryland, Arkansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Indiana, and West Virginia. I'm sure there will be more coming, and we are turning those around immediately to make sure that states have the resources from the federal government that they've requested. I have spoken several times on conference calls. Good evening, but everyone. also Thank you called for being personally here. Governors There are and two local different things that leaders I'd like to discuss to facilitate with you. Tonight. The first one being a storm that is barreling down
What is
on
happening?
our country and will be impacting approximately 250 million Americans in 40 different states. We've been working together here at the FEMA headquarters and have opened our National Response Coordination Center and are working with local and state authorities to make sure that we're getting
Did they
individuals
just-
and communities.
Is this from... Oh, God. Okay. I don't think this is... No, this is kind of silly. I don't know what's going on here. I don't care about the storm. We're clicking off. We're clicking off. If someone sees them start talking about the incident today, link it back. But look, I don't care about the storm. Not what we're here to discuss. Whoa. Yeah, there's something about a finger being bitten off. Can anyone find something about that for me? Can anyone grab something about a finger bitten off? Ice finger bit off. Okay, give me a second. I'm looking. Trying to find the actual info here. Okay, let's look. Okay, you ready, gang? Volume's up. Oh. Is this after? Okay. This apparently is something else. This is something else, apparently. That looks like the protests after, so... I'm looking. Let me see if I can see anything about a finger in this report. We're looking, gang. We're looking. Okay, so it was a rioter who bit the finger. This has nothing to do with the guy. The guy did not bite the finger. Some rioter did. Okay. So Trisha McLaughlin, I'm not showing this on screen because it shows the finger bitten. Someone's finger did get bitten. Says, in Minneapolis, these rioters attacked our law enforcement officer, and one of them bit off our HSI officer's finger. He will lose his finger. Are we talking about that? Yeah, I don't think we're talking about the same person. I don't think this is the same incident. I think it's probably the after incident. But I could be wrong. Someone give me more stuff. $2 from Mr. Middleman says, are we sure the victim's name isn't Charlie? Oh, Psychonaut sent it to me? Let me look. Yeah. That was a Twitter. Again, I don't know if she's talking about the guy. Looks like a different incident. Noam just lied saying, link me the Noam stuff again. Sorry, I know I'm asking a lot here. Link me the Noam stuff again. We can go back and we can look. Sucks for that officer's finger. Shouldn't have been his finger. It was bad. Whoever bit his finger. Don't do that. But yeah, there's two incidents apparently that they're lumping together to make it imply that the guy that they just shot was the one that bit the finger, when it doesn't seem to be the case. At least not from what I can tell. Fingers. Calm down with the finger jokes, gang. Yeah, she was listing other incidents to justify the actions. Yeah. Crazy shit. Crazy shit. Matt Honeybee says, this chat is so disingenuous and low IQ. Have fun, LARPers. Well, if you say so. The man died today because of Somali fraud. Okay, let's go. Let's look at the press conference. Let's see what she has to say.
Today on Lifestyles of Slot Stars, we're taking a look inside Huff and Puff.
Let's cover 10 pro tips for working with the Cursor
I don't
agent.
care.
So I've got Cursor open and my agent on the right.
In this country, and they've been protected and were protected up until that point. Off duty.
Oh no, this was from 2 weeks ago. Never mind. Someone give me something real.
And that's not what America is about. We're going to continue to tell the truth about Minnesota, Minneapolis, what happened here, the theft over the last many years that these leaders have facilitated.
On this one?
And we're going to continue to do our work to get to the bottom of the investigations. And the one question you should be asking is, the mayor, the governor, and the attorney general have all confirmed that they have been subpoenaed to come in front of a criminal federal grand jury. So they are covering up and are being in a part of a system where they are going to be brought.
I'll keep this paused. I'll look at what Nair sent me. Give me a second. She said at the 15-minute mark. Okay.
That is, and the reason that they're doing it is to distract from the corrupt intended into programs that the federal government has to take care of those that are less fortunate and need it. And instead, Governor Walz and Mayor Fry allowed that kind of theft to continue, and now they want to perpetuate violence against our law enforcement officers to cover it up.
Secretary,
yes.
You just made claims that the individual posed a threat to law enforcement.
That is no claim. It is the facts. The facts of this situation. This individual showed up to a law enforcement operation with a weapon and dozens of rounds of ammunition. He wasn't there to peacefully protest. He was there to perpetuate violence. And he was asked to show up and to continue to resist by a governor who's irresponsible and has a long history of corruption and lying. And we won't stand for it anymore. These law enforcement officers take an oath. They get up every single day and they go out to protect the public. Many of these individuals live in their communities. And this mayor and this governor have doxed them. They have allowed people to threaten them and their families and expose their identities in order to instill fear and violence. And that's not what America is about. We're going to continue to tell the truth about Minnesota, Minneapolis, what happened here, the theft over the last many years that these leaders have facilitated. And we're going to continue to do our work to get to the bottom of the investigations. And the one question you should be asking is the mayor, the governor, and the attorney general have all confirmed that they have been subpoenaed to come in front of a criminal federal grand jury. So they are.
Let's look at the question again.
Against our law enforcement officers to cover it up.
Secretary,
yes.
You just made claims that the individual posed a threat to law enforcement.
That is no claim. It is the facts. The facts of this situation. This individual showed up to a law enforcement operation with a weapon and dozens of rounds of ammunition. He wasn't there to peacefully protest. He was there to perpetuate violence.
He was there to perpetuate violence. That is the claim that Kristi Noem is making. That the man that we just saw, that we spent hours looking at those videos, that he was there with the express intent and purpose to perpetuate violence because he was armed. That is their claim. They say it's a fact, but it is, I call, a false claim. It is just not true. Not based on the videos that we saw. $2 for Soldage says, today's real crime, Wick not using ad block. True. That is a insane claim to make. It is just a lie. No, Tosh God, that is not one interpretation. That's a lie. That is a dishonest telling of events. It is dishonest telling of events. That's called a lie. See what else she has to say.
And he was asked to show up and to continue to resist by a governor who's irresponsible and has a long history of corruption and lying. And we won't stand for it anymore. These law enforcement officers take an oath. They get up every single day and they go out to protect the public. Many of these individuals live in their communities. And this mayor and this governor have doxed them. They have allowed people to threaten them and their families and expose their identities in order to instill fear and violence. And that's not what America is about. We're going to continue to tell the truth about Minnesota, Minneapolis, what happened here, the theft over the last many years that these leaders have facilitated. And we're going to continue to do our work to get to the bottom of the investigations. And the one question you should be asking is the mayor, the governor, and the attorney general have all confirmed that they have been subpoenaed to come in front of a criminal federal grand jury. So they are covering up and are being in a part of a system where they are going to be brought to justice for anything that they had to do with this investigation. They have confirmed they've been subpoenaed, and they will be in front of a grand jury to get that criminal investigation unfolding and to disclose the kind of fraud that they have allowed to happen.
Secretary,
Yes.
the White House has labeled the man who was killed in Minnesota as a domestic terrorist. Is that something you agree with? And have you seen any evidence to
When you perpetuate violence against a government because of ideological reasons and for reasons to resist and perpetuate violence, that is the definition of domestic terrorism. This individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers.
Well, why is it?
Committed an act of domestic terrorism.
They're calling him, Kristi Noem is calling the guy that they just shot a domestic terrorist. They're calling him a domestic terrorist. We watched the videos, gang. You watched the videos. I watched the videos. Did that look like domestic terrorism to you? I'm gotta be honest, it kind of did from the ICE agents. If there's domestic terrorists in that photo and those videos, it ain't the guy they shot. That's insane. I'm getting more angry as I listen. This is not good.
That's the facts.
Where's the evidence of his ideology?
Yes.
Drew Evans, superintendent of Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, had said during a news conference today that when federal agents blocked his agency from the shooting scene, when they went, got a judicial warrant, they returned, they were still blocked. Why were they
We have
blocked?
asked these state officials to help partner with us on law enforcement operations for months. Ever since President Trump came into the White House, we've asked them for their partnership to stand alongside of us so we could do targeted operations against criminal illegal aliens and to help us make their streets safer. They have refused over and over and over again, and they have perpetuated a narrative that is absolutely false. And our federal law enforcement officers will continue to do their work, and they'll do that to make America safe again.
Secretary?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, this is the second DHS law enforcement operation shooting that's happened this year. There was another incident in Portland. 5 people have also died in immigration detention so far this year. Why is immigration enforcement becoming so deadly under your tenure?
Immigration enforcement is exactly what the American people asked for. When we had a Democrat administration in the White House that
Did you ask for this, Republicans? Is this what you want? Is this what you wanted when you wanted illegals deported? Look, I'm fine with illegals deported. Not in the way that they are doing it. The way that they are doing it is costing us lives. Brutalizing the public, violating our rights. Insane.
Facilitated an invasion of millions of people over our southern border and let people come into this country that were completely unvetted. We know for a fact that we had hundreds, if not thousands, of terrorists, suspected terrorists, criminal organizations and gangs that came in and have been committing criminal activities against American citizens for years now, that the American people said enough is enough. We want them out of our country. We want them brought to justice. And they trusted President Trump to go out there and to make America safe again. It is absolutely false to say that there's more incidents with our law enforcement than there was in history before. In fact, our accuracy and our operations are being conducted in a
I don't know if that's true or not. Does anyone have a incident list, like how many American citizens were killed by ICE during the Biden years? Does anyone have that information? I don't remember hearing of it, but it's possible I just missed it. So I don't know if that claim is true or not. But here's the problem. She's already lied twice. She's already lied knowingly twice, right? So why do I trust that? I don't. And neither should you.
manner that is historic for accuracy and taking care of people and doing so safely. So the narrative with the press, they've perpetuated that we have more individuals that have been jeopardized or that our detention centers aren't at the highest standards is absolutely false. Our detention standards and the people that are being taken care of there are at the highest level they've ever been. They exceed state and local standards, and we'll continue to do that and make sure that people have the facts around how people are treated when they're brought into detention, and then we take them home.
Secretary,
Yes.
We've seen some reports about witnesses being taken to the Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis. Could you explain why the witnesses of the shooting this morning have been taken to that building?
The witnesses are you talking about the ones that have been detained that are illegal aliens?
No, the witnesses, I think, to the event in Minneapolis.
I won't speak to the investigation and the details, and those will continue to unfold, but I do know that we're continuing to follow the same protocols that we always have.
Yo, you said you wouldn't speak to the investigation, but your office has already made a statement on what they're going to find. You've already decided. You've made your conclusion. Earlier in this broadcast, you stated what the conclusion was to your investigation. What do you mean you're not going to comment on the investigation? You've been commenting on the investigation the whole fucking time. What are you doing?
Was there a question back here on the storm?
She's desperate. Like, please, someone ask me a question about this storm. Is there a question about the storm? Please tell me.
Yes. If these are targeted arrests, why are these immigration agents going after civilian protests out of their way? And second,
This individual impeded the law enforcement officers and attacked them.
Hold on. She's saying that this guy attacked the law enforcement officers. Did you see that happen in the video? Did you see that happen? I didn't. They came up, they accosted him. They pushed him. They pepper sprayed him. They pushed him down. Why did it?
A targeted operation against an illegal criminal, and this individual came with a weapon and dozens of rounds of ammunition and attacked them. And these agents took action to defend their lives and to defend the lives of the people around them and acted according to their training. And we will continue to let this process go forward and not allow people like Governor Walz and Mayor Frey to lie about what actually unfolded on that street. Now they...
The only one lying is you. You've lied 3 times during this presentation. We saw the video. We know you were lying.
Have deemed this situation an unlawful assembly, and these leaders aren't even cleaning up the situation that they have as far as the violent riots that we see unfolding in Minneapolis right now. They need to be strong, take action, protect their citizens, and partner with us to go after these criminals that perpetuate violence and to keep our law enforcement officers safe. Let's all be grateful for people who take an oath every day and they go out to enforce the laws. That is their job, is to enforce the laws and to make sure that there is consequences for breaking the law in this country and that it applies equally to everybody. That is what they do. They do it every day. They do thousands of operations every single week, and they do it with excellence. Don't let political, corrupt leaders who are just trying to cover up their theft of American taxpayer dollars try to distract you from the facts of the situation. One more question, right here.
Governor Tim Walz said he told Susie Wiles that Minnesota would take the lead on this investigation. Are you working with local law enforcement on the investigation?
This is the same protocol we'll always follow. Who would trust Governor Walz at this point? The man has stood up and encouraged resistance.
So no, they aren't working with local law enforcement. Who would trust the DHS at this point?
He has refused to partner with us. He's sacrificed his citizens' safety and their well-being by choosing the side of people who break the law and who steal money and who perpetuate violence. He has chosen all of that and backed an administration previously that allowed an invasion of our country. We need to partner with people who truly understand that the law is the law, and in the United States, we will keep people safe. Thank you. Last question.
The president closer to invoking the Insurrection Act?
The president will use every tool that he needs to follow through on his promises to the American people. I'm proud to work for a president that wants to keep people safe, and he recognizes that political individuals like Governor Walz and Mayor Frey need to be met head-on with recognizing that we're not going to allow them to distract us from what they facilitated for corruption in their state. We're going to treat Minneapolis exactly the way that we
I don't know how much
treated
longer
every
I
other
got for
city
this
across
one,
this
gang.
country
This is
as
making
far
me
as
crazy.
helping to make those streets safe. Remember, we have other cities with Democrat mayors, Republican mayors that we worked well with together. We've driven down the crime rates. We've driven down the murder rates. We have continued to keep people safe, and we have stopped hundreds of millions of lethal doses of drugs from killing our children, and have continued to do operations to make sure that we're protecting them, our kids and our grandkids, from the criminal networks that Joe Biden led in and leaders like Governor Walz allowed to be successful and to thrive on the streets of Minneapolis. It's going to stop. All of the control in this situation is in Governor Walz's hands. Partner with us on, before you release a murderer out onto the streets, give them to us so we can get them out of our country. We are focused specifically on child pedophiles and sexual assault and trafficking rings in Minneapolis, have brought dozens and dozens of them to justice. Why is he protecting them and refusing to work with us? All he has to do
isn't
is before you let somebody out of your jail onto the streets is give them to us so we can get them out of our country.
Hold on.
The second thing is
Minneapolis, or at least Minnesota, the Minnesota PD has released statements on this. They claim, if you believe them, and I do over DHS, to be clear, that when they have a writ of a detainer for a inmate that is being released, that they release them into the custody of ICE. This is why a lot of the when ICE says, "Ooh, we got these predators off the street," a lot of them were already in jail and were released to ICE. And they are saying, "Oh, we got them, boys," even though they've been off the street for years and years and they were just being handed over to ICE. When she's saying that they're not doing that, she's lying.
just keep people safe. Work with us so that we can go get these criminals and get out of there and not have to worry about our law enforcement officers getting attacked by individuals with guns and ammunition and weapons and assaulting and doxing them and their families. We'll continue to do all that we can. We also want to continue to make sure that everybody recognizes this storm is significant.
Okay, I don't care about the storm part. Okay, and it ends in like 30 seconds, so she's going to talk about the storm. I don't give a shit what she says about the storm. $2 from Hell Pacifist says, protecting the children that they use as bait. Thank you for $2. Okay, Ergo Sums is confirming that the finger biting was during the protest, the hundreds of protesters about this event. It had nothing to do with the guy. Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Look, gang, ICE is escalating things. They are bringing tensions to this area where they should not be. No. Ace and Do says, hey, Wick, I'm not dead. Well, I'm glad you're not dead. I'm not dead either, I don't think. I'm only dead on the inside. I don't know what else to say. We've gone for about... look, I've streamed on my day off. This is my day off. But I thought we had to cover this. We just had to. We had to go and we had to look and see what was happening. I appreciate you all for tuning in. I appreciate all of you for sticking with me and watching with me and separating truth from lies when we can, right? Separating fact from fiction. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Well, enjoy is a weird word. I hope you're more educated now. I hope that you are more educated than when you came in to this stream. I hope that I was able to show you accurate information best I could, and you now know what is being said by our government. You have seen what has been shown by the multiple videos that have been taken of this. You can make your own decisions. You are an adult. Make your own decisions. Don't let the government tell you what to think. Think for yourself. Look for yourself. See for yourself. Watch the videos for yourself. Look to see with your eyes what happens. Look at the multiple angles. You can go slow if you need, right? You can watch them multiple times if you need. But please, DHS has openly lied to you about this incident. We've proven that on stream today. Do not believe them. I implore you. And you, once again, have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE. And 70% of my audience agrees out of 131 votes. Okay. I'm going to go eat and do other things. I will see you guys later. We're going to end the stream. Deuces, gang. Deuces.